This is the playground at Kiwanis Park. It's pretty darn nice. Sorry about the technical difficulties here. This is the playground that used to be at Lulu Haddon Park. Yeah, that was 2019. Here's a detail from the condition of that park. That?
Yeah.
Okay, and so one last one. Thank you all for indulging me on this. This is the playground at Lulu Haddon Park now. It is a pile of wood chips. We are going to be talking of flattened wood chips with some of the preliminary grading done here. And in this photo, you can also see the water fountain, which has been turned off for at least a year, if not longer. So later today, we're going to be talking about equity. And I think a park that already has a pretty darn tootin' nice playground should come later in the hierarchy of needs.
Mr. Germain, can I ask, are you
I'm urging that
contract, since we're just here to approve this goods and services agreement?
Yeah, but I'm urging that we table this or put it off. Lulu Haddon Park was supposed to be moved up because Kitsap Lake, was it? The grant was, got caught up in some administrative tangle. And I think purchasing this and showing the people of my district that no matter what, they're always going to be at the bottom of the queue sends a bad message. And the reason it sends a bad message is people are driving their kids to Kiwanis to play because there's nowhere to play in District 6. So I'm urging us to postpone this purchase and to instead go ahead with the plans for Lulu Haddon Park.
Any other questions, comments? And I saw, sorry, Jennifer had her hand up, and then let's go about Denise and Quinn.
I'll hold. I don't really have a good question or comment that's germane, so I'll hold off. Thank you.
Okay.
I'd like to find out what the Kiwanis, I'm assuming this is largely made possible because of a donation by the Kiwanis Club. And I don't know that they would be amenable to moving the money over to another park. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Happy to. Kiwanis did donate $130,000 to the project at Kiwanis Park. It's their namesake park. We identified the need to have additional accessibility elements in the park. I'll also add that in November of 2022, Council approved a Department of Commerce grant specifically for this project. It can't be used anywhere else. Haddon Park is underway. We have about 60% design completed. This will be about a $1 to $2 million improvement. That project should go out to bid, hopefully this spring, with construction beginning later this year, hopefully. That's our goal. There will be a brand new playground at Haddon. We will have unitary surfacing as well, thanks to a CDBG grant, again, that's specific to Haddon. So that's what we're doing with Haddon right now. Unfortunately, these funds can't be used anywhere else other than Kiwanis Park. And I would add, please, that the reason the playground was removed from Haddon was because of risk and injury. It was well beyond its service life. There, obviously, Councilwoman Mockler has pictures of the dangerous pieces of the equipment. We removed it because of that.
Quinn. Oh, yeah, we need to get on the microphone from you. I'll go grab this one.
Great, thanks so much, Director Elevato. You know, this park is right by my house. You know, the mayor invited me graciously to the acceptance of this award that was so generously donated from Kiwanis. And while I definitely sympathize with District 6 and District 2, right? And we need to start looking at those. I do think making it accessible is a very important goal. And that's obviously what the grant was written for. That's what the donation was meant for. So one, I just want to say thank you from District 4 to Kiwanis and from the Parks Department and the grantors. But of course, I think we should not get into a false argument about, splitting pieces of a pie that aren't shareable. Thanks.
All right, yes, Anna.
I'm trying to speak calmly. Yes, I too think it's important that Kiwanis be accessible, and there's, I believe, a third park that you're making accessible, Director Elevato. You've been working on accessibility for many parks. I guess my request is that Lulu Haddon could be put forward in the scheduling. Not that this, that Kiwanis money should be turned away or that the grant should be refused, but that Haddon could be done first. That doesn't, that's the entirety of my request.
Okay. I think it's germane to this contract. Appreciate it. Michael?
Yeah, I kind of on what Anna was saying is it would be a shame to be down two playgrounds for a period of time. So can you give us a little timeline of when Kiwanis will sort of be offline and when it will be done and how that compares to when stuff's going to happen?
So one of the reasons we're trying to get this ordered now is because of the delay time for large equipment that's made with steel. It's just the delay time is pretty high. We're trying to get this ordered in the queue before the busy ordering time, which is right now. So we don't have a specific delivery date of the equipment, but I can tell you that we'll try to coordinate demoing the old equipment and getting the new stuff in as closely together as possible. So there isn't that long lag time. It's unfortunate that Haddon is without a playground at this time. We couldn't keep it open. It just wasn't safe. So we had to close it. These projects take sometimes 4, 5, 6 years. Our current challenge with Haddon is that there's an old dump site on site. And during our initial evaluation and test drilling, we found material in the dump site, and currently our grant folks are evaluating what type of historic impact that is. And we had to do an additional archaeological survey for that. And now it's with the Department of Historic Preservation being reviewed as to whether we have to do a special permit or have a plan. We will definitely have to have a plan in place should we find additional material. So we're working as fast as we can to get Haddon online. Haddon wasn't scheduled to be online until next year for construction. Because of the Kitsap Lake delays because of permitting, we've moved Haddon ahead. And so we're thinking we're getting Haddon done earlier than we would have normally. We wish it could happen earlier than later. We're going through the process. We've got steps we have to follow. We have grants available for Haddon. They're dedicated to Haddon. We've got a CDBG grant for Haddon. So those things are all lined up. I wish it could happen faster. That's the speed we're able to work at.
Thanks. I appreciate all that extra insight. And I think, I was in Kiwanis today walking. I wasn't on the playground, but I'll just add myself to the pile of, I don't have much of a playground in my district either. And I think that, we are also investing in some of the parks that get the highest use. I've got Forest Ridge Park. There is a swing set and some stuff, but it doesn't get the kind of use that Kiwanis gets. And by making it a beyond accessible playground, I mean, that to me, that's speaking with our values, right? And you kind of brought up equity, but this is, a different type. You're talking a geographic equity, but this is also, accessibility. So anyways, but I just want to say that the department and the administration has work plans, and I feel like we're getting a little micromanaging.
I want to keep it germane to this.
I think that we can say anything you can do to get Haddon open on time, anything you can get to minimize downtime in playgrounds. But thank you for everything you and your team does.
Eric?
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, Jeff, congratulations on leveraging $17,000 into a $300,000 project. Once again, Parks paves the way for really making our dollars stretch. So thank you for doing that. My question is kind of down in the details, and I'm hoping you can shed some light on this. The Forever Lawn Playground grass. So I don't know if you guys all remember, about maybe 4 or 5 months ago, there was a story about soccer players and that, and I'm not admitting, I don't know if there's a connection or not, but that rubber, and it's kicking up, and we've got these young soccer players that are coming. Supposedly there's a correlation between that and various cancers, whatever. I don't know if that's true or not, but in my mind, better safe than sorry. Has this got rubber on the base? I saw it has a concrete compacted gravel base. It says gravel base, and this is playground ultra grass. So is this going to kick up rubber stuff?
So there's a number of studies that have been done, number of industry, and it's all, there's a study that says this, there's a study that says that. We're using best management practices and determining the best and safest material to put in these playgrounds. One of the things with this grass material is it's designed so that it doesn't have static electricity. And that's related, it's the same way we did with the Evergreen Park grass because of the cochlear implants. And when you have static electricity, it causes those to go goofy in kids that have hearing impairment. So this grass, we will evaluate the infill material. I think that's the rubber. And we will evaluate that to the nth degree and make sure we're putting the safest thing in there. We will come to you when we have all the material, and we did go through that process with the supplier. The supplier has been putting this material in a lot of locations throughout the state of Washington and throughout California, which has some very considerable restrictions on what you can put in. So yes, we've evaluated that. That hasn't been a concern. We can provide more material if you'd like to see that on that information. And a lot of this is going to be the same question you ask us when we come to you with the Pendergast turfing, and we'll do that same due diligence to make sure we're using the safest material possible.
Have the rubber stuff.
I don't believe this has any infill material, but I'm going to get back to you with exactly what's going in.
Okay, thank you.
So Denise?
I just need to push back a little bit on kind of the tone in which we dismissed Councilwoman Mockler's concern about disparity. And I do see disparity. I certainly see it in my district. You see it in yours. And the problem with this is when people who don't have the negative aspect of the disparity, they often can't see how it ties, why this would trigger. It's park envy. Director Elevato is all it is. It's park envy. We want the children in our district to enjoy the same things.
So in the same vein, I've got to be fair and say I want to keep it germane to this contract. And is there a better forum to discuss the prioritization of Parks work?
Probably.
Yeah.
I think
that seems to be the broader question.
probably until it's fixed. Those of us who see it will bring it up. So probably whenever it's convenient. So that's what advocates do. So pardon me if we were, out of order with this, but it is a study session.
President Coughlin?
Rails. Yeah, and Jennifer, you want to comment on this item?
Yeah, and I'll, Director Elevato, I was just looking through the agreement and, well, not just, I did it earlier today too, but I remember what I was going to ask, which was, I don't recall the timeline for this project. I'm hearing that you want to get this in. You got to get it in because the ordering's happening and there's a backlog on getting steel materials. So do you have an idea of when these materials would arrive?
We're hopeful to get the equipment delivered between 6 to 10 weeks.
Okay,
That's the best they can give us on delivery.
right.
And there's certainly going to be some demo time. And as I mentioned earlier, our goal is not to tear the old playground out before we have the new one, just because of time reasons. But we'll be doing it internally with our staff doing the removal. And then we have to prep the sub base for the new the unitary surfacing material. That's part of our responsibilities. So that will need to all be done before the carpet can come in and the equipment can be put in. So that's our best guess is we're guessing between 8 to 10 weeks.
8 to 10 weeks until you begin breaking ground at the very least, right? It could be longer if there's a backlog on those materials. And so in the meantime, you're going, okay. So what will okay, I want to keep it germane. So I'll hold my other question, but I do want to ask, there's a section for 2 to 5. There's a section for 5 to 12. I'm just curious where the section is for 4-year-olds on this playground.
Well, that's an interesting comment. We've asked our playground suppliers why they do their aging that way. But 2 to 5 and 5 to 12, 2 to 5 covers 4-year-olds, but try to keep a 4-year-old off the 5 to 12 playground. They're going to try to do the best they can. It's really set up just to have a smaller area, lower equipment, easier to get on, easier to get off, not as high as the 5 to 12. So we think we cover most of the age groups, and that's typically how the playground companies, we actually went out and got 8 different proposals for this playground in various companies, and this by far provided the most accessible and best play value.
And I think and while I do really want to play on this playground because it looks beautiful, what I am also wondering about is accessible playgrounds for adults, and meaning not just for me, but adults that are needing special playtime. I mean, there's delayed adults and things like that disabled adults that could benefit from accessible playgrounds. And so I'm just wondering if the 5 to 12 section could accommodate adults, or if there are accessible playgrounds. And I hope that's germane because we're talking about materials here.
No, absolutely. Have you seen the size of some of these 12-year-olds now?
Yes. I used to work in high schools. I mean, I still do sometimes, and middle schools. Okay.
If I could, so the priority for us is to make it accessible. And accessibility doesn't mean just for children to play on the playground. It means that their parents or grandparents who may be disabled, that have wheelchair access or even walker access or use a cane, this is really to help them with that. And although our engineered wood play chips are considered accessible, they're very difficult to roll a wheelchair on or walk in a walker on. So that's one of the reasons we go with this unitary surfacing. So it is designed, I mean, we're not going to kick an adult off the playground.
There's no code against that, right?
Right.
So if you see me playing on there just as a regular adult, you're not going to pick me out. But there is space for adults, who need playtime. Because I just want to make sure that all levels of accessibility are, taken care of in our community. And that's one really great way. I know that you're very mindful of that. I really appreciate the discussion about equity. Thank you, Councilmember Mockler, for bringing that up.
If I could add,
so
we're definitely
you're on
about equity.
Let's see if we can tackle that real quick. And if not, we could put it on other general council business. But what is the mechanism for council to help provide input on prioritizing which parks get addressed and upgraded and so on? Is that the comp plan? Is that, anything else?
That's it. It's the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space comp plan. And we're towards the end of our current plan that was approved in 2020 by council. The next iteration we'll begin working on it next year. And that is one way. And I would also say that you can look at our current comp plan and replace Kiwanis Playground with accessible play equipment isn't on our comp plan. So there are times when opportunity come up that we have the ability to do something that we wouldn't normally be able to do. If we were having to come up with funds to do this project, we have too many other projects in the queue that are already obligated, and we're committed to Haddon. We've got a grant for Haddon. We've got 60% design. We're ready to go to bid here very shortly, hopefully, once we get all the requirements done. So that's the goal, is to move this thing forward and have that happen. I would love to see both playgrounds be constructed at the same time if possible. We don't have control of that right now, but we are moving all of these projects forward. The question about, what do you do at Forest Ridge? Well, Forest Ridge is the next big project that we hope to bring into the queue. And then we look at other opportunities as things happen. This opportunity came to us from the Kiwanis Club, and we were able to supplement the 130 that they're supporting with a $160,000 Department of Commerce grant. That's an opportunity.
Thank you for clarifying that procedure. So, and I know on our council goals and priorities, one of our top one under environmental stewardship is looking for more sustainable parks, capital improvement funding. So I sorry to cut you off. I really do appreciate your comment and advocacy for your district, because you're right. It's unfortunate. But I want to keep it to this contract here. So my other comment was just going back to the design of this contract. It's fantastic. I see a lot of similar design elements to what's in use at Evergreen. And I can tell you my now 2.25-year-old uses every single one of them, the color wheel, the spinny balls, and I get so many comments from Evergreen of other parents, especially under 5, that there aren't a whole lot of parks that are really, great for under 5 and toddlers. And so seeing the design elements here provides yet another space for that. So that's fantastic for me to see. So let me ask council, since we've talked about this one for this particular contract, does anyone want this on general business? Okay. Yep. Then it'll go on general business, and under other, unless you want to bring up under other general business, if there's more on the feedback. Sure.
Director Elevato, when I emailed you back in the fall, you said you were going to have the 60% drawing soon. I was wondering if you could email those to council, please.
I don't have them yet, but I will when they come available.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Director Elevato. So this will be on general business for next week.
Thank you.
Watch. All right. Moving along. All right. So that concludes agenda bill item briefings. And now we have 3 other department briefings. So council, each of these I'll kind of, I think, sum up what the action that council needs to take on each of these. I shouldn't say action, I should say basically the feedback that we're giving as a result of these to help folks move forward. So the first item that we have is presentation of mayor salary survey pursuant to BMC section 2.03.10, continuation from our February 22nd study session. And we have Human Resources Charlotte Nelson here to present. And again, quick summary, this is a salary survey that's required by the BMC to be done every 4 years. We talked about it last time. We gave some feedback on some extra number crunching that council appreciated. I know we have that today to look at, and then I'll basically be asking council for thumbs up or thumbs down on whether to move ahead with a salary increase, no change, decrease. All the options are on the table, and if we have specific numbers or percentages in mind. So with that, thank you. Welcome back, Ms. Nelson.
Thank you. So I just want to first make sure everybody got the updated spreadsheet that I sent out yesterday. After our last meeting, I went back and looked at the 2019 meeting where the last time that your salary was increased, and then went back and did the survey the way it was done back then. And then I also added per council member Younger's request, things like car allowances, for comp, out of the ordinary things. And this is what it looks like. So the average, and it's just using the 3 cities, Mount Vernon, Edmonds, Linwood. And I just want to say Linwood didn't respond. So that was the change that I made. And they, so I don't have any additional compensation for Linwood, like the car allowance or deferred comp. The average came out to be 11,867, and the median is 11,409. Just using Edmonds, Linwood, and Mount Vernon. That puts the mayor at 19.81% below the average and 15.19% below the median. I think that's basically at the NAs, just for you that don't know, is they're not a strong mayor form of government, but they are used as comparables for our negotiations.
Perfect. So we have the numbers in front of us, and as we talk through this, I just want to say out loud and encourage to be thinking about the chair, not the person in it, the position for the city going forward. Perfect. So any questions or comments? Start with Anna.
Thank you. So I looked at the underlying BMC 2.03.010, and it references several ordinances. And so I looked up the most recent one, and none of them call for any action. The ordinance seems to say that you, or whoever succeeds you in your position, should come to council every 4 years, present this survey, and no action results. So I found that
you don't have to make it. You can stay status quo, or you can propose action.
Yeah, and so that's what I'll be looking for, is if we have a majority to either say we don't want to take action or we do want to take action, and if we do want to take action, what that looks like. And if we do want to take action, then we'd give some feedback so that a future ordinance could be brought before us, or in a future study
so
session.
even though the BMC and the ordinance call for no action, you're calling for action.
Why I'm asking if council wants to take action or not. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, Eric, then Quinn.
Okay, so if you look at the agenda bill 4 years ago, I'm the one that wrote it, so I might be able to give you a little perspective on all this. The charter says that the city council sets the mayor's salary. Before that ordinance was written, there was a big gap. There was nothing in place that required the council to bring up the mayor's salary. So back in whatever it was, 2018, Charlotte, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but as council president, I decided not looking at the person, but looking at the position. We have a citizens commission on council salary that's appointed by the mayor, and they review our salary. Whether you like your salary or not, they review it and come up with their numbers. The council, per the charter, is supposed to set the mayor's salary, but there was no mechanism in place in our BMC that requires it ever to be brought up. And I thought, silly me, thought maybe I'd future-proof and maybe not have to deal with this, but here I am. Fortunately, I didn't get defeated. A lot of people probably think that as well. I said there needs to be a mechanism in place to put any perceived politics out of it. And so the position at least deserves a review of looking at the salary, but I didn't want put in there that the council had to do anything. I didn't want to hinder the future council by wanting them to look at it, looking in the future. Okay, so here we are in the future. So you're right. The ordinance does not say that we have to use any methodology. And last study session, I suggested what we used last time, which is a logical thing to do. One thing, there was one comment, I think, in the last study session indicating something to the effect that the mayor is the CEO of the city, which, may or may be a good argument. But I also want to remind everyone on the council that this is an elected position, and the mayor, current one set aside, we're not looking at his qualifications or any future mayor's qualifications. To the best of my knowledge, all you have to be is over 18 and a citizen of Bremerton, a resident of Bremerton, I should say. So what you get is what you get, and it's a popularity contest, just like council members do not have any particular qualifications. So I don't believe in particular that the mayor's salary should be set at extremely high level. For example, the top salary in the city because he or she oversees everyone that are department heads, because each one of those department heads arguably work their way up the system. They have professional degrees, they have, bachelor's and master's, and they worked all their way up, similar to what a city manager would do. In general, city managers are all professionals, work their way up the system, belong to organizations, et cetera, et cetera. The mayor is an elected official. In my opinion, if you're on council or you're the mayor, you're not doing it for the money, you're doing it to serve your community. So now we have this before us. How do we set this? We could look at this, the average, we could do it that way. We could do nothing. Or I sat and looked at this and I thought, well, we are definitely the lowest. We're at 112, 118, 860 with benefits. I wanted to know what that looked like. And then I thought to myself, I can't control the council commission on salary. I was a little perturbed that they threw Bainbridge out for comps. That really upset me. And I believe the reasoning was, Charlotte, you correct me if I'm wrong. Well, that was too high, so we threw it out. Well, okay. So then I thought, okay, there's nothing I can do about that. I have no say. I definitely wasn't going to say anything to the commission on salary because that's not right. I thought, okay, so we have two forms of government. We have the executive and we have the legislative. What would be the fairest procedure? Well, right now, given this date, and I'm not saying we would do this the next council in reviewing this 4 years from now. Right now, I think the fairest thing to do would be to take each one of our salaries and add them up, see what they come up to, which I think is going to be like $120,000, $130,000, and say that should be the mayor's salary. And just do it. Seven council members. I think our salaries is $17,000 for the 6 of us. So 6 times 17 is 102. I think his is like 20. So that's 122, whatever the number is. As long as it's an increase, I'd set it at that.
Are those numbers by chance?
Yes, it's $124,924.08.
There you go. That's my rationale. And I'm comfortable with it. I'm not asking our current mayor if he's comfortable with it. It is what it is. And he shouldn't have any input on it anyways. I don't think he's going to say anything. But to me, that's like, okay, that seems like a fair, no politics in it, no nothing. And it is an increase. And I think it's a deserved increase for the position. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, I'm going to call that proposal number 1 to add up all the council member salaries and that becomes the mayor's salary. Council, any other comments, questions, or proposals to throw out there, and then we'll see if we can converge on one. Jennifer, yes.
Okay, so thank you very much, Councilmember Younger, for all the history on that. Very logical. And so we have a very valid point about the professionals, the way they work their way up, and how the mayor doesn't necessarily have any qualifications except to be a voting resident for at least a year, right? And so my question is, do any of these other cities have different qualifications for their mayors than we do? Or is it the same? Over 18, resident of the city. Is it the same?
I'll jump in and say I believe so, because I believe that, well, I guess that'd be set by the charter. Attorney, when we go to attorney,
Good job. I haven't looked at those cities' charter, but my guess is they're probably very similar. I've never heard of a city with any other qualification.
Right. And so is one of our options, one of the actions we can take to form an ad hoc committee to review?
I'd say we Yeah, we could, but we're all convened right here. So my personal take would be, I think if we could converge something at the moment, I'd personally prefer that, but I can let
Gotcha.
him speak.
So we're gonna decide the salary and not a separate committee. Like we have a committee that looks at our salary and decides if we get a raise. So is there not, I thought there was a committee out there that looked at that. There's not for mayor. Okay, we are the committee. Gotcha. Okay, so it's not a normal action to take to do an ad hoc with citizens to review in the same way that we are. Okay, we are the review committee. Thank you. That's all.
Quinn and Anna, sorry, clarifying or?
The mayor appoints the commission, the members of the commission who determine council salaries.
We confirm those if I remember right. It hasn't come up in my term. Okay. Quinn.
Great, thank you. Thanks so much for this, Charlotte. Just a couple questions. Edmonds, and it looks like Linwood didn't give a lot of information back, but are these all similar forms of government? You said that it's an elected mayor with a council, not.
Actually, we're full service, and
Okay.
Marysville might be full service. I don't actually. I do.
And full service is different from
So like they wouldn't
like
have,
Edmonds and Mountain, the ones that I'm really looking at because they have the most similar population. Tell me just a little bit about those forms of government and how they operate compared to ours.
They're pretty much the same, except look here, like Mount Vernon doesn't have fire. They're smaller, a little smaller in employees, and Edmonds doesn't have fire. Most fires are kind of going to districts right now.
And how about the amount of employees of each city? You know that,
I'm not sure if I have that in here.
or
do,
even
so-
each cabinet? Because really, I imagine the mayor mostly directing his cabinet on the day-to-day, his or her cabinet on the day-to-day.
I have total employee count.
Okay, sure, that would be great.
So Mount Vernon has 228 employees.
Okay,
And Edmonds didn't answer the question.
got you. And we're around 300 something?
About 450.
450. Wow. Okay. So I like Councilmember Younger's suggestion. The only problem I'm having with that is it only incentivizes a certain type of person to run for the mayoral position. You know, if I were to want to run for mayor, which I do not, you all know I'm not even going to be on council next year, I would have to take a $20,000 cut to become the mayor at this salary. And so what this means is that folks who are in the middle of their professional career who may want to take this job as a service to the rest of the city have to decide whether or not they want to take a salary cut from a professional position to do this. And I think that incentivizes, especially as we are going to talk about equity later on in the day, that incentivizes a certain population to be interested in the mayoral position, right? It's either folks who have partners who can support family at a certain household income, or it's older folks who have already had a chance to accumulate wealth over their careers. So especially with the amount of people that work for the city of Bremerton, 450, that seems like a lot for an executive. It also seems like the executive overseeing folks, although I absolutely agree, right, that most people who are sitting in Tom Nucky's position or Chief Wolf's, like they have masters, they have, like myself, they have doctorates, things like that, that get them into positions that are competitive salaries. I do want to get the mayoral position closer to that though, especially if they are overseeing folks of a similar stature. I'm guessing the top paid salaries in the city of Bremerton are police chiefs, the judge, the fire chief, right? City attorney, good. I think we should get him closer to that because and this is not a knock on the mayor, it's me having worked in governmental organizations for, you know, pretty much my entire adult life and working for the city, city of Seattle specifically for quite a while. I think it can be frustrating for people in director positions that have that expertise, having somebody come into a position that might not be on that same expertise or professional level. So I would propose that we actually get it closer to Mount Vernon or Edmonds and set it somewhere around at least 140, so that if somebody is trying to make the decision whether or not they want to run for this position, it is not an economic decision that is creating that. But as Councilman Younger says, is a service decision. So I would say we need to set it even higher.
Or go to, can I piggyback on that and say, let me throw out a quick second proposal right down, which is 8 times a council member's salary or some other factor we want to converge on. Therefore, it's tied for the future, but we could adjust that if we felt like it. Anyway, sorry, Anna.
So I'm kind of sitting here going, wow, 114K. That's like a pay cut for people. Gosh. I was an ecologist. Well, I was an insulation contractor and then an ecologist, a printer, and I was an adjunct. I don't think that wanting to be a teacher, wanting to be an educator or to be of service to the community is a character flaw and can only, I think that we have many people among us, look at the 7 of us who are only doing this to serve. You know, the glamour, the money, not so much. I think it's entirely possible. In fact, I think it's pretty likely that our current mayor and certain previous mayors have stepped up to the plate because they wanted to serve. This salary makes it possible for them to do that. It's not, I just don't want to say that the mayor is the CEO. If the mayor were the CEO, I'm trying not to particularize about just this mayor, sorry. There wouldn't be a necessity to go to all the community center events, to go to all of the picnics and the fairs and to open markets and to do all of that. It's to say, I'm here for you. If anybody knows a CEO like that, I myself do not. So I'm quite happy to continue this discussion, but I don't think that a mayor can be equated to a CEO. And I do think that people in service industries in the United States of America are used to receiving less. Look at every public school teacher in Bremerton School District, for example. That was it. That was all I had to say, not a new proposal.
Okay. Eric, and then
So,
Jennifer.
Sure. So I think Quinn had a valid point. I'm not going to change my mind though, and I'll explain why. First of all, I think a $6,000 raise, whatever it comes to, is reasonable. If we were going to increase to a higher amount, I would increase it when the term is due, not during the current term. So that would be something that we would do we could increase it by $6,000 now and have the subsequent one be at 134 or 136 for the next election cycle. That's within the realm of possibility. And this council could take care of it. So it's addressed now versus 4 years from now. By the way, the council could address it anytime they want. They can just rewrite the ordinance. So this was just kind of like a placekeeper, you shall, kind of bookmarked it. The other thing is when you get your dollar amounts up to like Marysville territory or Mount Vernon territory, 160, 170, 180. Now you're starting to get into the city manager type salaries. And I want to stay germane to the topic. I have feelings about city manager form of government, and there's a reason, in my opinion, why you have all those NAs for those other cities. But that's not the purpose of this discussion now. I really, and not just because it's my idea, but I really feel comfortable now with just saying, add up to counselor salaries, it's an increase, and I can justify it. And that's the methodology. If we want to attract another candidate in 2 years and make a, so I have a problem with that. So if you raise it to 180, that also increases your filing fee to $1,800 as well. You know, and so is that going to handicap for someone from throwing their hat in, whereas before they could do it for $1,120 under the current salary or whatever it is. And the other thing is, when I look at Marysville and Edmonds, and to a lesser extent Mount Vernon, I'm familiar with Mount Vernon quite well. My mother-in-law lives here, and Linwood as well. If you looked at, and I don't have the stats in front of me, but if you looked at the median or the average income in those communities, are considerably higher than Bremerton. So I'm very comfortable with that 124 using our methodology, especially in reflection of our community, not be toned deaf to our community what their average earnings are. But I do think you have a valid point, very valid. And I could that other way, but I just feel comfortable with, okay, we reviewed it. We're gonna hopefully agree to 124. It's an increase. It's justified for the position, but it's not going gangbusters. We'll catch a lot of heck for it. I think it's a reasonable solution, and I guess that's my argument point.
Jennifer, then Quinn.
Oh, Councilmember Younger, you stole my thunder a little bit, but that's okay because you know what you're talking about. The filing fee was one thing I was going to bring up. I think, which, you know, it's the world of politics. We all know how that goes, except some of us those of us who were appointed may not know. But you know, the filing fee is the first thing that, you know, presumably you pay for in an election. I had to fundraise for that. It didn't come out of my pocket. It was, and I don't even remember how much it was anymore, but it was just that, you know, the $100 and whatever that I paid, I fundraised for that. And I think this is pretty historic. I think we have a couple of us on council who are below poverty line. I mean, I'm right there with Councilmember Mockler, like, what? 124 sounds super cozy to me because that's about 3 times or more than I made last year or the year before. And I just to point out, our median salary, according to census data from 2017 to 2021, is 61,741. So again, I appreciate the reflection on what kind of professional we want to attract. Some people may disagree. I think I'm a professional, even though I'm at or below poverty line. And I hope that you guys will agree. I know sometimes I'm a little sassy and a little unprofessional, but I think just the accessibility to an elected position needs to stay accessible. And raising that would raise the filing fee. Honestly, if we did raise it, I really have a feeling that our mayor would just like create more scholarships for our students out there, or more like opportunities for the community. I think that's what the current mayor would do. That's just my own conjecture on that, but I'm pretty comfortable with, I apologize to those who don't agree, but I'm pretty comfortable leaving it as it is in reflection of our community. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm hearing 3 proposals and great points from everybody. 3 proposals on the table. Oh, sorry, let me go to Quinn. Yeah, apologies.
Yeah, no, just one last thing. How many people filed for running for mayor this last term? When I first moved to Bremerton, I remember Patty Lent, Carrie Bozeman, and Mayor Wheeler, but I can't remember who all ran. It was just two. I think that's another thing. I think Bremerton deserves more choice, and I think if I think we need to abstract some of our arguments. You know, that we support for police, we support for law, we support for fire, right? We need to be competitive with other jurisdictions in order to attract really good talent, because at least the way that I look at it, having been a school teacher making $32,000 a year in New Orleans, that was where the teachers need to be paid the highest, because the population median income was the lowest and the need was the greatest. And I think the argument here is the same across police, across fire. I'm with you, Councilmember Mockler. I think teachers in the lowest districts, Title I districts, should be making the most money, right? Like that's a separate issue though. And so what I would like to see is incentivize actual races for this position that actually encourages innovation. Think about Obama's race to the top in education, right? Incentivizing school districts to come up with the best ideas for the students in order to get the best talent into there. And I would like to see the next mayoral candidates not be barred between choosing between, okay, well, I'll run for this, but I'll have to take a major hit on my salary. Therefore, I'm not even going to do this, even though I think I'm competent, versus, okay, it's going to just be a select few people who are further along in their careers or have more wealth attained. So, sorry, Councilmember Younger has a.
Then Eric, then Denise.
Yeah, it's fascinating discussion. So and I'm glad that it's not a hostile thing. I mean, it's obviously not our salary, and the guy behind me is peacefully listening or maybe surfing the internet. I don't know. I didn't look back. It doesn't matter. This is our discussion. You have valid points. However, if you really want to have an open competition, you have term limits, which is not germane to this issue. Because if you're an incumbent, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but incumbents win almost all the time. Okay, it doesn't matter. And then to your point about it's just salary based. Although I'm not the biggest fan of this individual, I think about the last presidential election about a young mayor from the South Bend, Indiana, that reached the national stage. And so what I'm saying is, you don't necessarily become mayor if you're young and have all these great ideas. And I'm not trying to bash you, but use it as a stepping stone, just as city managers go from one size city to a larger, a mayor can do the same thing, do all kinds of good things for a small city, move to another one and do the same thing. And before you know it, they're a presidential candidate. So there's more than one reason besides salary. So again, I'm comfortable. I understand what Jennifer's saying. I keep it at that. But looking at the comps, I'm saying, come on, we probably need to make some kind of adjustment. So again, I'm back to the 124.
Keep our eye on the prize of coming up with something solid. Whitten, did you have a specific number or?
Sorry, yeah, I just wanted to go in the middle of the comps and do like a 135.
Okay, so probably 135 is the okay, correct. Denise then Denise then Michael, because Michael hasn't spoken on this.
So as we talk about professionalization and skills and experience and all of that, you start talking about a city manager. And I'm not against that. We happen to have a mayor system right now. And we could talk for days about all the assumptions that are made about elected officials and why they serve. And the pay cuts, which by the way, are probably a lot more for men than they are for women. Maybe we could get a woman to run for mayor at 125. I don't know. And I adore you, Greg. I really like Eric's idea. It somehow it's like a little puzzle where all the pieces just fall. It was a commission, that decided through a process for one type of elected position, which is part-time. I think I love that idea of 7 pieces of this, puzzle coming together. I think it's a little bit of a lift. I do think we need to be cautious. This is Bremerton. And there are a lot of folks out there who will look at even this and think that we're spending too much money. And let's not, it's like park envy, salary envy. You know, I'm 67 years old, and yes, I'm probably very near the poverty line unless you look at my holdings. And I live very frugally. It can be done. This is Bremerton. This is Bremerton. So professional position, yes, but it's elected position. And you never raise the salary to 175, and you don't know what you're going to get in there. It's an elected position. And yeah, I'm really comfortable with that. A little bit more, that would be fine too, but not all at once.
Michael.
Denise really covered a lot of what I was going to say. I'm definitely comfortable kind of with starting with Eric's number. I think that was great. One of the things that Jennifer said that sort of helped reinforce that is it's roughly 2 times median income. I kind of like the way that clicked together. It doesn't seem excessive maybe to citizens, you know, and maybe we'll make a little less news about it. But yeah, I think, you know, I'm open to something else in that area, but I kind of like the feel of what Denise and Eric had said.
Jennifer, I see your hand up, so 1 second on that as well.
Sure.
Ms. Nelson, can I ask you kind of my quick proposal, and I feel bad, I want to throw it out there, that 8 times the non-president and council salary. Can you get that number together real quick? I don't know if you have it or not. What are we in bracket envelope? We're 17,000 something.
$17,071.44 is non
17,741.
17.
Yeah, so you're looking at 137,000 or something like that.
Oh yeah, so that come up to like 142. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, thanks. Appreciate that. Okay. Let's go Anna. So you had a hand up before, and then Jennifer, and we'll see if we can start converging here.
I like 124 myself. It's a really respectable salary. And for exactly the reason that Michael said and that Jennifer first brought up, it's twice the median income. That's like a normal proportion of things. And I'm entirely happy with 124.
Jennifer.
Yeah, I think I could be okay with that too. Just with a side note that I am challenging the mayor to come up with more programs that he might want to give away money to our community and our students. Anyway, but I wanted to, I don't want to muddy the waters, but I mean, we're going to look at this again in 4 years, right? And so, or we, or whoever is here, who knows what we're going to look like, whoever's sitting at that table. So, is this like an all at once? Does this happen in the next calendar? Happens the next calendar year, or does it happen immediately? Can you clarify that really quick again?
We can choose that. I think maybe the way to go about it is let's see if we can figure out a number or the proposal, and then the decision will be when is that effective, and then we could update the ordinance of this doesn't. For example, if we tie it to the council member salary, we then could update the ordinance so that this survey doesn't have to happen every 4 years, or we could leave it in there.
As a separate action. And so, I mean, is proposing a certain percentage per year of an increase just too crazy to think about? That's why I was asking when it goes into effect. 2%, you know, like X% this year, X% next year. Is that something that's been done?
So if I'm hearing the proposal, there would be set a number this year and then a certain percent increase every year. I will say with council, we are going to proposal with the council salaries being adjusted every year, then it would naturally tie in an increase as well if we tied it directly to the salaries. Sorry, a clarification from, is that Eric? Sorry.
Okay, so a little history lesson. So now we're going back to Mayor Horton. Okay, so she purposely, if I recall, and Charlotte, you may or may not have been around way back then. Okay, I believe that she purposely did not take COLAs, and then when we had a new mayor, he went back and grabbed all the COLAs and his salary increased. The reason why you don't put COLAs in there is it does not give the incentive for the mayor to act in the best interest of the taxpayers, because he or she would get the same increase as the management, which get generally the same increase as the union employees. Keep the COLAs out of it. I don't want to tie it to a multiple of the city council's salary, because right now it seems to work. But what happens if the council commission, which is appointed by the mayor, and it's, oh, this isn't an ordinance. Hey, this is brilliant. Again, not saying anything about our current mayor, but the position. Hey, how do I fix this system? Well, if I give the council $30,000, my salary X amount of dollars, doesn't it? 280 or whatever. So I know this sounds simple, and it's too simple. All I ask is we don't complicate it. We're meeting, we're discussing, raise it to 124, be done with it. You can review it 4 years from now. If a council in the future wants to review it next year, they can. But we still have another books review it 4 years from now. I'd set it 124. I'd make it effective next year, and just we're done.
Okay, no, thanks for that clarification. I thought the proposal was to tie it in perpetuity, but you're saying the current combination salary and set that flat. Okay.
Did I lose the floor? I'm sorry. I don't know that I was done with my question. I lost the floor. Eric! That's okay. He's
Let me go to Ms. Nelson because I see a hand up.
I just want to make sure, so if we're going to do it effective January 1, 2024, Citizens Commission's meeting within the next month. Are we going to go on their 2022 salary that was set, or their 2023 salary that's set, or their 2024? I just want to make sure.
I'm hearing the proposal of right now, which already you said it was 124, 924. So can I just round up to 125? It's an easy number for us to remember. Is that okay with you, Eric? The extra $80.
66.
I really like 124, whatever that dollar amount is. I'm just thinking, I got to explain, not that I'm going to have everybody call me up on the phone 1 week from tonight and saying, why did you sit at that? But I just want to be able to explain, this is it. It's equals to the sum of all our salaries as of right now. I'm happy with it. Move on.
Okay. So we've got either do nothing, 125, 135, or I'm going to pull my multiple thingy. Perfect. Okay. So then with that said, Jennifer, apologies. You go ahead and finish up, and then Anna, hand up earlier, then Michael, and then let's take a thumbs up or down vote. And
okay. Thank you so much. And so double the salary of the median salary from the latest census data. You're saying it's about 125. It's actually would be like 123. But you know, that's $2,000 difference from the double of the median salary, but median. And so I would support that lower amount. I think my question was really not about a COLA. My question was really, if this increase, and so I think that I'll move on. We move on to the next topic. Then maybe I'll address my next question, which is how it's applied. For now, I just want to say that I support 124, 924. If you want to round it to 125, whatever.
Michael's good. Okay. I think my thoughts on it is, God, I appreciate everything said. And that is a really tough balance between attracting, making sure you're attracting quality candidates, making sure that folks aren't, have an incentive to run for the position versus acknowledging that it is a elected position. People aren't doing it solely for the money, but of course then the equity concerns as well. I almost like tying it to council going forward, but I understand the concerns. And so I think I'm seeing mostly consensus to raise to at least 125. So let me kind of just do thumbs up or thumbs down to the different proposals. Is there anyone who wants to do nothing? All right, so everyone wants to do increase. The thumbs up for 125. 24,924.08. Okay. All right. And then 135. Okay. I think we have a consensus then. So, so the 124,924.08, unless Ms. Nelson got that written down wrong. So that's the salary we're considering. And then for the time it gets enacted, do we have a proposal to basically put it effective immediately? Do we want to wait until the start of the next term, to the start of the new year? January 1st, start of next year. Okay. I'm good with that. I'm seeing a lot of head nods. Perfect. and no COLA tied to it. So, all right, I think we have a decision. So that will get written up to come back to us at a future study session to then talk, and then the normal process to be public input and voted on. All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Nelson, for all that hard work and number crunching, and council for a very thoughtful discussion on that. That's just the first.
Would it be a good time to take a break if we're going into another department briefing, or is the next one? Would it be okay to take a 5-minute break at this point?
Yeah. I think we're okay with that.
Great.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we'll reconvene at
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
At 6:30, we're resuming the study session. Next up, we have item B2, discussion on a funding source for public safety staffing. This is continued discussion from the January joint planning session and February 22nd study session. We have welcome Fire Chief Pat McGann and Police Chief Tom Wolf here to present. And council, the ask for this one is after the presentation and then discussion and questions. Basically, if we have a majority of thumbs up that council supports this moving forward to a resolution for us to the council supports this moving forward to the ballot, and as part of that step, we would come to us at another study session in full writing, and then we would actually vote to approve it to the ballot. But we're looking for thumbs up now that we have majority to support it ultimately going to the ballot. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. For those online, just Anna mentioned if the presenters can hear the microphone vibrating, then we can hear them. All right. Chief Wolf and Chief McGanny, welcome. Oh, you're waiting on the presentation. Okay. You're not playing Candy Crush over there? What do the kids play these days?
For the record, it's Pokemon Go.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Expert source. Appreciate it. We're waiting on presentation. I was going to make sure council knew. I stumbled through that, so no questions on what we're being asked to do and the process forward. Okay, excellent.
So help me out, Denise. Where do you have this information? I'm looking at my packet. Is it in the new updated packet? Because I downloaded the packet last night. No, I can download it again. So now it's in the packet.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. All right. Yeah, under B2 still. Council has the slides. I could email it if it worked for the public to be able to view along. That's true. The public has the packet. So while Dave works on getting it displayed, people could at least follow along in the packet or we'll see it eventually. Yes. Welcome.
Thank you.
I'll leave it here in case so everyone can kind of see what we're all looking at and talking about. Oh, you got the pictures there. All right. You can just flash them up and yeah. Okay, next slide. All right.
Well, thank you, council, for the opportunity to be back to talk about a funding source for public safety. So first, we'll start off with kind of the problems that both the police chief and myself are seeing with public safety. First one will be the number of calls per responder. Police and fire, we handle calls differently, but we're seeing an increase per responder, how many calls we're having. The numbers of responders we have to address emergencies, the legal requirements that we have, the WACs, RCWs, and required training, which are tied into the WACs and RCWs, especially for us and law enforcement. The increase in population, we're continuing to grow. We're over 45,000 now. Going to continue with all the growth that is being currently built and the future growth. And then the increase of out of service time for both of those. Everybody knows that Harrison moved to Silverdale, which when the fire department increases our out of service time
when things are running normally at St. Michael's between 20 and 35 minutes. Just drive there and get back into the city. If things are not running normal like we saw July, August, and things have definitely improved, but we were seeing out of service times for units of up to 6 hours, which is unacceptable, and the fire chiefs have been trying to deal with it, but they're dealing with issues on their end too. So those things are improving. Same thing with law enforcement. If law enforcement has to have somebody evaluated, they have to take them all the way out to Silverdale and then turn around and go to Port Orchard. So that law enforcement officer is going to be out of service way longer than just running up the hill. So those are the issues that we kind of see that are affecting public safety responses right now. So as we talked about in our at the retreat, and then a couple of weeks ago, staffing proposal. What we're proposing is 17 new FTEs, 8 for police, 9 for fire. The one additional for fire is office assistant 2 to get back. We only have one office assistant in the fire department for 70 people, and she's technically my office assistant. She covers everything, so that's where the main position comes from. Besides that, they're putting boots on the streets. That's what those employees will get. Stop there if there's any questions on that. Just the staffing proposal itself, the number of FTEs.
Sure, we can just see if any quick clarifying questions or not. Quick clarifying question.
So when the council spoke about adding FTEs to the fire department during the budget in November, you were very adamant that there was no need for them.
No, I was not adamant. I never said I didn't. I said I need employees. What was proposed to City Council at that time was a balanced budget. The funding for new employees, if you remember the last study, when we sat down here, the cost of $430,000 for 3 new employees backed council off of that staffing. Putting one additional firefighter on duty really doesn't do us any good towards staffing. So if we need to staff in bunches if we're going to help our staffing needs and drop the calls per responder. One person, now, could I use the office assistant? Yes, I could use the office assistant inside, and that would definitely help. But for responders on the street, I never said that I didn't want the money. A balanced budget was presented to council, and the cost of that long term, adding $400,000 to the budget would drop our ending fund balance quickly. And I have that proposal in here why these positions can't be supported by general fund.
So the need was as great at that time.
The need was as great. Yeah, the need hasn't changed.
Okay.
It's just the amount of people that we get to. And to start back up a little bit, what we're proposing is to get us where we need to be today, right? This is not looking 10 years in the future. This is what the fire and police departments need to be at staffing wise today. So we're kind of behind the 8 ball. This is trying to get us caught up.
Thank you, Chief, for clarifying.
You're welcome. Anything else on staffing?
Not seeing any, so let's keep going. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we gave you the problem to fix. Funding proposal. Knowing that the general fund, speaking with finance and working through this additional $2 million a year to the general fund, and we'll get into that slide here in a minute, isn't going to handle it. So our proposal is to raise the general property tax 40 cents per thousand. What that would mean for a $300,000 house is $120 a year. For a $400,000 house, $160 a year. To add 17 new FTEs. Maybe you want to pop to slide 4, I think. There it is. Oh, that one. So I've broken it down into for 5 years with the 2023 assessed valuation of the city is a little over $6 billion. The revenues for the first year of this at 40 cents would be just $2.4 million. That line, the revenue, assumes a 1% increase every year. That's the max that we can collect. The third line down is the expenditures. You can see the first year is a little different than the second year. This is a 2-year hiring proposal. So 2024 and 2025, this would be completed. And that is assuming a 5% increase across the board for the expenses. And then the very bottom line is the balance each year where we be after 5 years, we're still at a net positive $108,000, assuming those calculations. I'll stop there and see if there's any questions on the funding.
Sure. Any questions on those numbers? Michael?
So these numbers are the proposed numbers
Yes.
with we're talking a new levy, like a,
Yes, to raise the current property tax of
Okay.
40 cents a thousand.
and are we on our current levy right now?
So the
What's it
city
expire?
has property taxes.
Right.
And right now, I think we're $1.48 per thousand on property tax.
But so is this like a full levy? Like
This would be an increase in the property
a
tax.
voter
Voter
levy?
approved
Okay.
levy
So
increase to the property tax.
all right. Okay, perfect. That's good for now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll just want to say it again so it's totally clear. If we give a thumbs up today, it would come back to us in full written form of what would go to the voters, that would get approved. Basically, the city would be putting it on the ballot, and then it would have to go for a vote in the August election to the voters to approve it.
Correct.
Eric, question on the numbers.
Yes, Chief, does the levy have a sunset clause like your EMS levy?
No, this
So
one
this
would not.
is
This
perpetuity.
is a general lift to the property tax.
Okay,
general
and then
property tax.
the other question I have, the legislature was talking about some kind of legislative relief to limit or increase in revenues for more than 1%. Has that gone anywhere? We're at basically the end of legislative session where if you're going to be a bill, I'm going to get passed, it's done. So did that fail?
I don't believe that made it through. The last I heard from the state fire chief is that it was not going to make it. Okay. So, that would help things a lot. Okay, nothing else on funding?
Next one.
The next slide is the general fund, and it just comes directly out of our budget. And if you look at our current, or 2023, our expenditures are $6,000 over our revenues. So that leaves us a fund balance of $10 million approximately by the end of 2023. So you can see if we add $2.2 million to the general fund, that our ending fund balance is going to be depleted rather quickly. Any other questions on general fund?
Seeing none, let's keep moving.
Next one is just a 10-year overview. This question was asked last time we were here. So this is 2012 to 2023. What our general fund looked like in 2012 was 35 million. In 23, it's up to 51 million. Our city population in 2012 was just over 39,000, and we're up to 45,000. And then the assessed valuation in 2012 was $2.5 billion, and now we're just over 6. So you can see the assessed valuation has grown immensely to where the general fund hasn't. And the limitations on that is the 1% that the city's limited to. That's why now our property tax is fairly low for the city at $1.48, I believe. Any questions on the overview? Perfect. I'm going to hit the part. Sorry.
So the population figures for 2023 are estimates?
Those came directly, yeah, out of the budget.
So the population figures came out of the budget?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the fire department. We can go to a couple slides ahead. Next one. So this is just an overview from 2022, comparing us to what's going on in Kitsap County. So the top is us at Bremerton. We ran 10,602 calls. And our call volumes are a little bit different. So those are our CENTCOM numbers. Actual call volume was 25 calls less than 11,000. But I wanted to make sure I compared apples to apples because I didn't get everybody's numbers from the other fire departments because they differ on how we, but mutual aid is not included in CENTCOM's number. So if Bremerton has a call and we get a unit from the county in, that only goes against our number. If we respond into the county, it goes against their numbers because what we pay CENTCOM is based on call volume. So these are CENTCOM numbers to keep an apples to apples comparison. So currently we run 14 people on duty and we average 757 calls per person. The next closest is South Kitsap to us, who does run more calls. They have more staffing. They're at 19. Just to put things into perspective, the bottom three is Paulsville Fire Department, Bainbridge Island Fire Department, and North Kitsap Fire Department. They're running just over 10,000 calls, about 200 calls more than we did with 25 people. They average 432 calls per person. So you can see why we're significantly busier than most other jurisdictions. Next thing that affects us is WAC 296-305, and then I got into the 5022. This has to do with fire department operations. Okay, so if somebody's house catches on fire and there's nobody inside, the state law says if we put 2 people inside a building, we have to put 2 people out as safe. Okay, and it's not every 2 that go in, we have to have 2 out. We could have 10 people in, we still have to have 2 people out. And then it gets into rapid intervention teams once we get everybody there. But if we have a known rescue, we pull up to a house, you say, my loved one's inside. State law still says I have to have 1 person outside. I can send 2 in, but I still have to have 1 person outside. The problem with that is both our engine companies, Station 2 and Station 3, we only run 2 people on those. Now there is a paramedic unit that, if they're both in the station, run tandem. But with 11,000 calls and our increased transport times to the hospital in Mountain, they're not together a lot. So this law puts our company officers in a very, very bad position. And it's not a new law. This law has been there for a long time. It's not the first discussion that has been had with the city council over this law. It just is the issue that we are. So technically, by this law, if we could make a known rescue, our company officers cannot by state law. I'm going to tell you right now, that's not the decision they're going to make. But it puts them in a really bad position because if something goes bad, there's nothing protecting them. So this is another part of getting our staffing eventually to this point. It's not going to happen overnight. We understand that, but this is something I want council aware of and a place that we really need to be in to get 3 people on the income. I believe that is it for the fire department, unless anybody has any questions.
Not seeing any on those, so keep moving. Oh, sorry, Anna, yes.
So this is the basis of needing clusters of people.
Yes, correct. So just as a quick overview, our fire department runs 24 hours, 7 days a week, just like the police department. We have 3 shifts, A shift, B shift, and C shift. Currently, we have 19 people per shift with a minimum staffing of 14, which sounds great, right? We have 5 extra bodies, but we're allowed 2 people on vacation and 3 people on Kelly Day. So we're always at a minimum. So if I have anybody that is out sick or long-term disabilities, then it creates overtime. So, but our minimum staffing is we have to have 14. Now we do run the day car, which is part-time, just Monday through Friday or Monday through Thursday. And that has helped immensely. It would really help. And this proposal would get that full-time, fully functional.
Follow up? I can flush it out.
My bad. So one of the things that would happen by you having sufficient FTEs is that you perhaps would be able to reduce overtime.
Well,
Theoretically possible.
That's a loaded question. So
Is it? I'm sorry.
The city, we have always kind of balanced that we don't what we consider overstaffing. I don't have 25 people on staff to run 14. Right, so we run that minimum staffing, and that's why our overtime budget is what it is, and it's higher than probably which. But to lower that, we would have to increase staff. So this would really, our proposal would take us to 16, which would put Medic 4 in service per shift, and it would really put 22 people. Once we get it hired, 22 people on duty. So we're not going to be at that we won't be at that overstaffed. We'll still be running those minimums because now we have more people on Kelly Day and on vacation.
Jennifer.
Thank you, Annie. Okay, so when, and this is a question for maybe for Mike Riley, but when would be the soonest that the money would be recouped from the property taxes? When does that start to come in to the budget?
That money would start if it passed this year, we would start collecting in 2024. So property taxes are collected twice a year, but the collection would be in 2024. So
Okay.
if this passed, and I believe the chief's in the same boat, if this passed, we would start our hiring practice ready to have employees start by the first of the year because it takes a long time to get them up and running.
It does, and to my point, yeah, to that point, so basically the money would be there before you would even have the staffing available, because right, it takes a year to onboard a fire paramedic, EMT.
It takes us about 7 months, but you got to remember, once we hire them, we're paying them.
Okay, that's true.
So, they don't want to come to work for free for some reason.
Oh, what?
So yeah. So as soon as we hire them, we will be paying them, but they won't be counting as staffing for about 7 months. So realistically, we're looking at, by the time we get it all, if everything passes, and this is for the fire department, if we pass and we start the hiring process, remember, we're only hiring 5 the first year and then 4 the next year. So we're looking at probably the fourth quarter of 2025 that we will reap the benefits. So the longer we go, right, the longer we wait to do this, it just continues to compound it. So by the fourth quarter of 2025, we would have all staff that this proposal brings forward up and running. That doesn't include anybody that retires or anything like that.
So your staffing needs are 5 for 2024. I mean, yeah, this is in the proposal. 5 in 2024 and 4 in 2025. Am I understanding that correctly?
That is correct.
Okay. So I think that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
All right, move on to police.
Okay, next slide, please.
Yeah, we got the packet. So as Dave works something up, the slide I mentioned. Oh, there we go.
All right. So, in looking at, and it's been good talking with the fire chief. Fire and police are very different in how we deliver services and our needs are. But we do agree that we've fallen behind. So, the next few slides, I just want to kind of give you a visual presentation of where I think we're at and where I believe we need to be and where we've come from. So the comp plan for the city of Bremerton calls for 1.8 officers per thousand. The last time better. I even listen to my own voice. I want to say it was like 2007 the last time we were at 1.8. It was also some of our lowest crime rates at that time. So the national average for police staffing is 2.4 per thousand. Washington State is historically 50th out of all 50 states in staffing for law enforcement. So just kind of a side-by-side comparison. In 2007, we had 35,000 residents. We were staffed with 66 officers, or 1.8. Today, we're staffed, we are allowed 64 officers. I'm currently 8 below that, trying to get to that 64 mark. And we're at 45,000 residents. So that's 1.4 officers per thousand. Actual active officers were about a 1. So, next slide. And council, if you have questions on anything, please interrupt me.
Okay, I'll go, Jennifer, you got your hand up on these slides?
I have perpetual questions, but if that was just an accident, I'll go ahead and lower my hand for now.
Okay.
That's good. The best estimate we have for 2036 is 53K. And whether it's that number or not, it's lower. What I want to point out to you is the numbers I'm throwing at you are minimum, just to get to a minimum. At 1.4 officers, kind of what we're currently doing, we'd still need 74 officers. So we've fallen way behind. Next slide. Kind of to give you a personnel update, I'll direct you to kind of the bottom right-hand corner. In the last 3 years, we've had 28 leadership positions filled and 31 new hires in 2 years. That's a huge turnover. You have a very new department, a lot of training. You have a lot of leaders that are taking over positions and having to gain institutional knowledge very fast. And we lost a lot of institutional knowledge. So we're doing everything we can to continue to provide the professional service that the citizens deserve from their police department. But this is, I think, one of the things you should highlight. It's been a heavy lift. It's a lot going on. So next slide. Comparison from 2021 to 2022, just kind of a 1,000-foot view of crime. Crimes against persons are up 13% in the city of Bremerton. Property crimes are up 29%. And society crimes are up 50%. Society crimes, everyone's going to ask, what's society crime? So I thought I'll give you the Webster's definition. It's crimes against society, gambling, prostitution, drug violations. They typically are certain types of crimes that are considered victimless, but for the uniform crime reporting for the FBI, we have to title it something. So those fall under that. So those are up. Next slide. Right now, your police response is the only on-street response for behavioral health issues. So in other words, when your constituents see someone acting strangely or violently or talking themselves or laying on the sidewalk, sleeping, they think they're dead, we're it. No one from KMH is going out and helping or assisting these people. It's our officers, and then some days of the week we have navigators that help with that. We have to use time and distance more, plus more resources. We've changed how we deliver law enforcement services in the state of Washington. It's not a bad thing. It leads to good outcomes, but those outcomes take a lot longer. So in 2007, you could send 1, maybe 2 officers to an issue. Now we're sending 3, 4, or even more, and even waiting for even more resources. And then sometimes the answer is we're going to wait. We might stand off and talk to a person for an hour, 2 hours, or longer, which no one's going to calls while that's going on. That's the priority at that time. So we are not deep enough to continue. So citizens will get less of a response. Our opioid crisis is at an all-time high. The city of Seattle just released some numbers showing that the number of opioid deaths was the highest it's ever been in 2022. And by April of this year, they predict they will surpass 2022. That's a crisis. And we're seeing that here just as well. As you know, we're a neighborhood. Drug laws in Washington place the burden on local government. We've talked a little bit about that. And then if the legislature comes through, it will be at a misdemeanor level. That will put a burden on our court and state level dealing with drug crimes. Let's see. Most of our issues that cross over out here are behavioral health and drug issues that kind of touch with most of our crime issues. For navigators or for fire to respond, we can't send an EMT to deal with someone that's violent. Police go to that first. So we have to partner together. Many times they will come, people that are grossly out of control. They'll help us using ketamine to calm people and get them safely to the hospital. And that's probably one of the safest outcomes we've found, and we don't have bad outcomes that way. The other thing too is the way Bremerton is evolving and growing. We currently break it down into 5 patrol districts, but geographically, with Anderson Hill and Skia out to the west end, we see a need for a 6th patrol district right now, which would be 3 patrol shifts, 2 sets of shifts, blue and gold, and we need extra officers. That'd be 8 people right there just to add one more district. Like we talk about batches for fire. We can always plug one more officer in and do something with that officer, but something like that, that's a bunch more officers. If the state enacts drug laws and we look at starting some sort of a special operations group again, we may have to deal with it with a debt team in uniform. But if the city decides, no, this is something we need to really get after, and it's going to look differently. It's never going to look like it did in 2013 or 20. We'll be moving into the future and rethinking how we do what we do. So that's huge. The bottom line is it's going to take a lot more officers to address calls than we've ever been used to in the past. Police practices have changed. It takes a lot more time to de-escalate volatile situations. And the upside of that, it's not a negative, it's a positive because we're having less and less bad outcomes, not perfect outcomes, but we shoot for that excellence. So that's a quick overview of where we're at and what I believe we need to go.
So no, thank you so much, Chiefs, for putting together all this information and presenting it. So we'll go to council for any questions and comments. And I know this is an ocean of a topic, but trying to keep it focused on getting to a thumbs up or down personally on supporting this going to the ballot. And so I saw Quinn's hand, then Denise, and we'll go from there.
I'll defer to Denise as the chair of public safety.
Good call. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Oh, excuse me. Thank you for this. This is just what I think I needed, and certainly states the case. I don't think we need to get into details. You've given us numbers, at least for me. I am concerned about the lack of mental health services on the street, working in partnership with the police department. And I just wonder, Chief, we've talked about navigators recently. Are you still of the mind that these navigator positions or crisis kind of positions should not be police department positions?
I think that's a huge topic for another time. But I believe a human services division is a discussion to have. Do you want your mental health landing in law enforcement? It crosses over with medical. Does it land with the fire department? Does it land somewhere in the middle of the two? I think it lands in the middle of the two of us, where we have officers and we have medical officers and then other community coming together to start addressing this problem, because we have to.
Yeah, and it just seems, with these additional positions, it just seems like an investment, an expensive investment, of course, because we're talking a high level of financial investment here. But possibly to be doing things that a navigator or interventionist could that be asked? I'm just trying to think of things that people would ask me. That's a question that may come up. Are we simply investing more money in the one people that are showing up on these cases and hoping it's gonna make a difference?
I think you bring up some really good points. There's a lot of discussion down at the state legislature on how they can do this. We have a lot of 988 funding, and there's a lot of discussions.
Okay.
And I mean, quite frankly, the state legislature doesn't want the police involved in this. Unfortunately, that's not the way things work, right? I mean, they're going to throw out a lot of this, and they're going to try to throw some money at it, but it's not going to take care of the problem because people are calling 911. Even with the 988 system that they have in place right now, there's got to be a balance there because somebody in crisis, you're relying on somebody that doesn't necessarily practice from a dispatch center that's not here, right? I mean, they've got the dispatch center for 988, and things are going to be lost, but it really becomes down to the 911 call. And how do we deal with that? Are there some calls that navigators and community paramedicine can handle? Yes, but it's still going to rely on the 911 system, them responding and then turning it over. They're not going to be an initial response because you're not going to send, when somebody picks up 911, we're not going to send a navigator or something to that with an unknown situation. Again, somebody calls and say, hey, my prescription's not bad. Can we send a navigator or a community paramedicine type person to that? Yes. So there are some calls that could, but the bulk of everything is still going to come through the 911 system. And initial response, yes, can we help some of that? And we do have some of those programs with the navigator and with Peninsula Health, but there's still a lot of barriers up in dealing with that because there's just too many entities with their fingers in the pie. And until we can get that very high level of meeting with all the stakeholders and probably the legislature to get something to do it, because it's not localized to Bremerton. This issue is statewide and probably nationwide.
Well, and I'll defer the rest of my time to Quinn and also Jennifer on public.
Thank you, Chiefs, for this. This is exactly what I think could be persuasive as we talked about it on public safety. So I'm really glad to see it in black and white. My main questions, I have two questions for Chief Wolf, because I think the police aspect of it is going to be more controversial for voters. The first question is the crimes statistics using UCR, and I'm trying to think back to my BA days. I have a sociology degree in crime. UCR is actually lower stats than the National Crime Victimization Survey. Is that right? The National Crime Victimization Survey.
Typically, yeah. When we report to the FBI, that's always way lower
than what actual crimes are.
The actual crimes.
Right, because some people don't want to come back. So even with 13% crimes against persons up, property crimes up 29%, society crimes up 50%. That's just the UCR statistics. The actual statistics, I'm guessing the National Crime Victimization Survey would show those to be even more. So there's even probably more crime taking place than these stats show.
Yes, and because of kind of our staffing situation, call volume, what you're also seeing is we're not getting to things. It's after the fact. So some crimes that would have landed in there because we came across it, prevented it, or we're proactively stopping crime, we're actually not doing that because we're being more and more reactionary.
Absolutely. and that kind of just dovetails into my second question, which is either based on statistics that you've seen or from an anecdotal, standpoint from your many years as a police officer, would you say that you get better outcomes, and better outcomes being, people being safely detained and put into custody, or something resolving in a positive manner, meaning no loss of life either to police officers or to citizens that are involved, when there are more police officers at the scene responding?
Boy, that's yes and no. That's a tough one because it's an art. It's not a science. Policing, and I can talk about, we have a lot of brand new officers. I want them to go slow. I want them, but a very veteran officer is going to recognize certain things and say, if I take this guy right now and I take him down and put him in handcuffs, I'm going to prevent a big fight with this guy because he's going up, and I recognize that. That actually sometimes a modicum of force prevents a huge amount of force. So again, it's kind of an art form. I will tell you that in the last decade, I think Bremerton has been outstanding in how we deliver those services. That's one of the best ways to point that out. I will tell you that in 1990, our city was top 3 most violent, something like that. We were always in the top 10 of most violent cities in the state of Washington. We policed our way out of that. We did a lot of things with a lot of help from our citizens. They did a levy back then, got us 8 officers. We addressed our violent crimes. We had drive-by shootings every weekend. It's 2023 and we're starting to go back there. That's, you talk about anecdotal. I listen to the radio. It's very busy. I'm reading our nightly logs from my supervisors. We also have kind of this attitude, unintended consequence of some of our state laws where we've kind of told people, go ahead and ignore the police. You can run from them. You can do whatever you want. We have people committing all kinds of burglaries and other crimes that we just haven't seen. Kind of almost this attitude. You probably see it as you drive your cars around town from your own windshield. Drivers are very aggressive. Speeds are up. One of our number 1 complaints is speeding. I just got one this week from someone, and God bless them. When we have the people available, we will get out and do some speed enforcement on those streets.
And that goes to, sorry, not to cut you off, but that goes, when you have the people to do it, right? That goes to the 1.4 that's per 1,000 residents compared to the national average, which is 2.4. So we're down 1 officer per 1,000 people, meaning we're about 35 officers short compared to other jurisdictions in the nation.
Yeah, I've often joked that if you gave me 35 officers tomorrow, I would end time. So I think we come darn close to it.
We might hold you to that. Thank you for that. For sure. Thank you for that. My next comment is for my fellow council members. I believe it was Council Vice President Chamberlain who said that a property tax is a progressive tax, and I'm really glad that she brought that up. One of the things that I was thinking about was the fact that especially landlords, and we are in a renting majority city, will always pass on extra taxes, extra fees that are levied to renters. So that's what I worried about. But when I look at the number, if it's my house, which I think is valued around $500 right now, it would be $200 a year extra, but that's for the entire building, right? So it would be a portion based on the apartments that people are in or the houses that they're renting. That gives me a little trepidation because I don't want to raise rents for folks that have, that are already housing and stable, but I'm very confident to be able to put a thumbs up to move this forward because this is something that needs to be approved by the voters. So it's not actually us making that decision. I see the need. I think you guys made an excellent case for the need, both statistically and anecdotally. And I think we should move forward and get this on the ballot.
you. Jennifer?
Thank you. This is going to be a lively discussion, and y'all have really come to us. And something that I appreciate is, even though there was, and I'm not trying to call anybody out, but it's just what was kind of said that at our public safety committee meeting that, well, you have the votes, so I don't think you even need to have a presentation. But thank you for bringing a presentation. This way, you're getting ready for voters and so on. Council, and I sent for your review 4 articles for you to review this week for consideration. 2 are on regressive, not progressive, regressive taxation. And the other 2 are about what happens when you expand police funding. And I believe the chiefs are copied on that as well as the mayor. So, I mean, I'm on the fence about increasing police funding for a variety of reasons, but if it's done right, then it can have an opportunity to decrease crime. And one of the articles, the NPR article, shows that if you put your police force towards solving serious crimes rather than patrolling, for instance, and I think Chuful, if you can, say this is true, that if you have more detectives, for instance, who are solving those crimes, which is one of your asks for staffing, that's the greatest need right now, is solving these serious crimes, not necessarily patrolling streets. Am I correct in that assumption?
Yeah, it's twofold. As you know, we have a directed enforcement team, and what we've seen in the past with bike patrols, what we saw with Special Operations Group, is officers untied from 911 calls, patrolling, and just responding to 911 and driven by that 911 call volume. They actually can solve community problems. They're in the community, they're interacting with the community, and that's a positive. Now, again, we're talking about Bremerton. We're not talking about San Antonio or LA or where some of these articles come from, where they have a lot of really bad outcomes. And when I talk to our community, I talk in our community meetings when we have our PAC meetings, people bring up problems, and I ask them, where did that happen? Well, it happened in Louisiana. It happened in Baton Rouge. It happened here. It happened there. Well, what happened in Bremerton? And almost every time they looked at me and said, oh, we love you guys. Well, okay, then let's keep it home and talk about what's going on here. I think a lot of times we let national narratives spill into our local, and I don't think that's a problem going on here. I think you have a very excellent police department. And why I bring this to you and to the voters is let's keep that going.
Thank you. How many detectives are proposed to be added with your its increase of I'm so sorry. How many? This is the question I ask every single time, and I write it down, but I'm a little confused. So 9 for fire and 8 for police. Is that right?
We're asking for 8 positions for the police department, and full disclosure, by 2024 or 2025, the needs of the city could change dramatically to the point where I need all of those as detectives, or I need them all as patrolmen just to cover shifts.
Okay.
I don't know. So the goal is to bolster our detective division so we can start working property crimes and removing some of the prolific burglars and car thieves that we have.
Yeah. And the patrolling is done strictly by 911 calls. That's something I got from you. So I want to, set aside the issues of the claims of defunding police. I don't want to be accused of a, defunder, being a defundder, because in fact, police funding is increased. And just because you increase police funding doesn't mean that crime decreases. It's all about the practices, the best practices in the police department itself. So I'm going to set that aside. But what I really, really want to focus on, council, or to everybody, is the fact is the regressive taxation. And I just have a really hard time accepting a bid for a regressive tax. And I mean, $200 is an electric bill, $200, $180 is like, a gas bill in the winter. And I'm not just talking about renters, I'm talking about people who are homeowners and struggling to stay homeowners because property taxes have increased so much over the years, you know? And those of you who own homes, you know it, you see it. And so I just have a hard time, and we're tied. And I know we're tied. I mean, our Constitution, has tied us so that municipalities feel like they have to implement these regressive taxation systems. One point I want to make is I'm concerned about lumping these together because we have a hard time recruiting police officers anyway. You're losing police officers, and so I'm just concerned that this property tax increase to gain more police officers is a moot point if we don't have people there to apply. And I sent the 4 articles to y'all. 2 of them are on regressive taxation. Please, folks, read up on this if you don't know much about it, because I mean, $180 to someone who's barely, able to, for somebody who has a median income of $61,000 and trying to keep their home is a lot different to somebody that has $44,000 annual income. $180 means a lot different things to those people, right? I'm just not in favor of a regressive taxation. Regressive tax implemented in our already struggling community. I would love to see us try to fund some of the staffing requests out of the general fund. That's me. That's where I'm at. I'm going to go ahead and that's all the questions that I really have today.
Thank you. Let's go to Eric.
Okay, so I appreciate Jennifer's commentary on the regressive nature of the property tax. However, and I think she did point this out, that is the way our system is. I know there is a city of Seattle, I think is, I don't know, there's the legislature is trying to do the excise tax run around or whatever, and that's going to go to the Supreme Court in the state of Washington for the decision. But given our current system, your only other alternative to raise funds is sales tax. Sales tax is much more regressive than property tax. One council member mentioned the value of their home, and my home is probably a little larger valuation than the average. And so I'm going to pay more than property tax. Okay, I'm going to pay more. So it's less regressive versus I don't spend a lot of money on goods and service. I look at my clothes. So that's much more regressive, especially families. It's just the 2 of us now. That's your alternative. And so for the purpose of tonight, as far as I'm concerned, you proved your case, put it in front of the voters and see if they want to pay with their pocketbook. If not, I mean, you're going to have to sell the hell out of this thing. Excuse my language. And if you do it, good. If you don't, back to the drawing board, and we got to figure out a way to carve out money to support you. And quite frankly, where are you going to get it out of the general fund? And so our salaries are, Mr. Riley's not here, but I would argue for our cities, probably 70–80% of our general fund revenues are, maybe the chief is looking, is salaries. So where are you getting this money for? Because contractually, I can't reduce your police officers, which would defeat the purpose. It's hard enough recruiting police officers anyway. We can't reduce the salary costs in our city. So where are we going to come up with the money in general fund to pay for it? So we've got police, fire, parks, right? And finance department.
Public Works.
No, public works, not general fund. Sorry. So parts of it is. We don't need to go down that rabbit hole. But, given the mechanics of it, I don't know where you're going to go. And then I also look at the sense of fairness. I'm disappointed that the state legislature could have addressed this and you wouldn't have to go in front of the voters. If they had done a sensible case of property tax relief, I'm not saying increase it all the way up to 6% like it was, but their reaction 15, 20 years ago was draconian to cap it at 1%. Everybody's in agreement with that. That was wrong. And then apparently they haven't come up with a fix. So now on the local level, whether I agree with it or not is going to be my decision. You won't know because I'm going to vote on my ballot and it's a secret ballot, just like everyone else. I'm not going to stop you. I'm not going to write a pro statement. I'm not going to write an against statement. I'm just going to say my vote is thumbs up, go forward and conquer. Whatever. If you're successful, good. Good for the city.
Well, and I really appreciate that. I think it's the best way to let the citizens decide what level of service they want, right? We're going to put the case out in front of them for public safety. And if they decide to vote yes, great. This is the service level we'll be able to get. If they vote no, they will understand that the service level is not going to get better. It's going to get worse. So, so when they come to that, I mean, to me, it's easy for city council. We put it on the ballot. You guys said no, so we can't pull it out of the general fund, right? Unless you said we start shutting other departments down. Well, that doesn't seem very realistic to me. So I appreciate the support for sure.
And just two thoughts. Quality of life. In your city, your property values. If crime rates go way up, if traffic accidents are happening everywhere, your insurance rates go up, your property value goes down. It harms the overall city. So we want to keep a livable, be the most livable city again. And this, where else are you going to have, the views and potential that Bremerton has? So that's what I say. Having put 35 years in here, and then as far as the whole defunding conversation, and bless you, Jennifer, I love it. I love the interaction with her. We're already defunded in Washington State. We're already the lowest per capita for cops in the United States. All these things, when they're talking about that, they're talking about places where New York is 4 per 1,000. It's huge, the amount of officers. Other places, we don't have officers to defund. We're at bare minimum. We're barely holding the line now. That's my point. So
I think I'm seeing we're heading towards at least a majority. So I want to keep this, brief, but if you want to, and then Anna, you have a comment or a question. So Chief, and then
I just wanted to address one thing that Councilmember Chamberlain said was, why run it together? Well, one, running 2 separate ballot measures for the citizens is going to cost twice as much. I mean, so we're talking about being fiscally responsible to the citizens. There's the biggest, because there's a large cost now to run any ballot measure. So if we put 2 ballot measures on, it's going to double the cost. And 2, fire and police work very closely together. I mean, we just had a call on Martin Luther King 2 days ago that tied up resources for 3 hours. And I mean, I had a ladder truck, a paramedic unit, 4 or 5 police officers, a navigator, kids up mental health to deal with that problem. So we work day in and day out together. So it just makes sense to let the citizens decide on public safety. So thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
excellent.
Thank you.
Voice from the sky. Thank you, Chiefs. I think you've done a really, really excellent presentation. I appreciate you doing all the tiny spreadsheet stuff because that drives me nuts. So I'm just assuming that it drives everybody nuts. Just a few things. You said that nobody from KMH is going to help, like the person lying down on the ground. And I can get that because they're inside a building, right? They're not out patrolling. And that some days you have navigators. Would more navigators? I'm sorry. I should start out by going. I really wish you the best of luck on this levy. I hope you knock it out of the park. But I'm just talking about a larger thing, which is, would it be of use to have like more patrolling navigators?
That's a misnomer. There are no patrolling navigators. We
Have any then?
We take them out with patrol, but the chief really hit it on the head. The call comes in as an unknown. It's not a mental health call. something is going on and an officer goes, so a lot of times it's a medical call.
No, I get
But an officer goes there ahead of time. My point to you with our numbers and everything is you need this many officers just to provide the public safety services of the police department right now.
I get that.
You're not going to improve that with navigators.
Let me try to go back again, because you were talking about how at this time you're really almost all the time in a reactive mode, and that there wasn't the time to go out and do patrolling. Well, we have places in Bremerton where strolling or patrolling mental health professionals might well be of use, and to do exactly what you said, to stop a situation before it becomes a situation. So I was wondering if you have contemplated that.
No.
Okay. Then I will start that conversation at some future point. And the other thing I was really struck by when you made your previous presentation is, due to the many annexations of the past, City of Bremerton is all over the map. And is there any chance that you could come to some agreement with Kitsap County? Because here we have Rocky Point, I mean, right? Or Navy Yard City, or Orleans of Kitsap County in the middle of Bremerton, to give you a more compact patrol area.
I just want to say it's good question. I think to answer it, but keeping an eye on this proposal, not on kind of broader. Yeah,
they're in the same boat.
Okay, how about if we go with this? I'd like to talk to you. Sorry, English really needs a second person plural. And I think others would, about additional things. I support this levy, and I really wish you excellent fortune with it, and with Kylie to write it. I mean, you're already far ahead. But I would like to talk to you about this down the line. Okay, not taking up time at council.
Might be mean. No, you're good.
May I make
No,
one
excellent.
quick last comment? Unless you-
Perfect. I'll wrap this up here.
And I'm clearly in the minority, and as Councilmember Younger says, I'm going to take my lumps and move on, right? We're just going to move on. But I just want to say, that I see that you work in tangent at times. And so just to respond to Chief McGanny's comment, it wasn't that I was saying that I don't know why anymore, because that explanation was provided. It was the concern. And what I do know is that fire will help carry the police due to some negative perceptions in the public. And so for your success, I think partnering together will help. I don't have any particular beef with Bremerton police, okay? What I am just concerned about is when the city doesn't have a plan. Yes, our hands are tied, but when we have to implement a regressive tax on our citizens, that's my biggest concern with this. And not so much about, I'm confused about how these services are going to work in the end. But I'm going to take my lumps and move on. Thank you for granting me grace being the minority voice here at the table. And I appreciate all of you in this conversation.
No, excellent conversation overall. Excellent presentation. So to wrap up, sorry, did you want to?
Just real quick,
wrap it.
and I know we got a firefighter in the audience, but I, for the record, I treasure police more than fire. So I don't know. I don't want to create a controversy, but I really appreciate our police department. So,
We know.
I'll wrap.
I was gonna set the record straight. We're helping them out because people love us. So, I mean, you know, God made policemen so firemen could have heroes too. So.
Oh, it's a great frenemy situation. No, I really appreciate the camaraderie between both of you, and the excellent way you work together. And this was, I thought, an excellent presentation. You put all the facts and numbers out there. And I go back to knocking on doors, 2,000 doors in my district, and I wrote down every comment and added them up at the end. And I can tell you, 99% were supportive of our police department. I overwhelmingly heard the request for more officers, and especially bringing back bike patrol, and just how much people loved that program. And then yeah, everything from just more detectives, but people, at least in my district, wanted traffic enforcement. They wanted bike patrol, they wanted presence, and so based on that feedback from my district, I overwhelmingly support this. Not only going to the voters, but I'll go as far and say if this was in front of me today on a ballot, I would personally vote for it as well. I think you all are doing an excellent job. And for all the reasons you said, it's great to hold folks to high standards. We've had a lot of national conversations, but when you hold those high standards, you need to pay for it too. And so we have all the challenges you outlined on the geography, the growth. And I fully wish we had other taxation alternatives, too, in the state. Unfortunately, that is, in my opinion, the state level to tackle, and hopefully our legislatures can work on that. But I think the options in front of us now to get this funded, this is the best option we have. And so the only other question I have is just going forward as a city, going to look at you, Mayor, and see if you say aloud support this going to the ballot for the voters to decide on. Excellent. All right. We have a unified large majority thumbs up, bringing this to the voters to the ballot. So we'll see you at a future study session, I believe, about 2 weeks out. Yeah. Study session, we'll be able to address or tweak any language if there's issues, and then bring it to a formal vote. So thank you again, Chief, so much. Appreciate it. And
Council President,
yes.
I'm going to turn my mic on so I can be on the record with my answer. Yes, I support this going to the ballot.
Excellent. Excellent.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you all. Council, if you're okay doing this item before another break, unless anyone's dying, we'll move on to our last category. Last other department briefings. We're going to be talking about the proposed ordinance to create a permanent race equity / TEI commission. And we have City Attorney Kylie Fennell to present. Just a quick recap. A recap of Quinn's recap from last time is that REACT discussed this all last year, gave a lot of input. Quinn presented that. He also presented kind of an updated ordinance based on different legal feedback. Attorney Fennell, I swear I'm not doing it on purpose. Looked at it, had some more feedback. So now, who's going to say Kylie? Now we have Kylie here to take the lead and basically has some asks for us to get some feedback on some of the major issues that she can draft a ordinance that is legally sound from the perspective from the city. So we're going to give some feedback tonight to hopefully help her craft that, and then that'll come back to us in a future study session where we can continue to craft and refine. But this is kind of some of the really big questions we need to answer.
Thank you. Are you ready for the kind of color coded?
Throw up the color coded spreadsheet. Yeah, let's dive into it.
All right. I don't want you guys to get bogged down on this, but this is just kind of to help focus the conversation. So what I have here are kind of like 4 key areas that we kind of I need some direction on to move forward on. I put these polls on there. I know that I kind of took this from our retreat idea a little bit, but I'll just go through these all at once, just to tell you what the 4 areas are, and then we can go back to them. The first is just, is the name or the focus of the commission going to be on race equity, or is it going to be on diversity, equity, and inclusion? The second one is whether the removal of a commission member would be by the commission itself or by the mayor and council. And then if we go forward, that one, oh gosh, that red really didn't turn out very clear, is whether the commission would be allowed to accept public comment at commission meetings. And the fourth is whether the ordinance describes the duties of the commission specifically or generally. So let's go back up to the first page. So Quinn, I thought, did a great job of talking about why centering race is important in his presentation. I guess that was 2 weeks ago, Quinn, right? But I put this in here also as diversity, equity, and inclusion, because when we did council goals last year and then again this year, it was broader. And so I I thought to include that option and to see what the read of the room was on the direction. I was on the GARE network this week, and there was some great information about departments and managers, and that they center race in their work. And it was what Lynn was talking about, is that intersectionality. And so I guess I just want to make it clear is that certainly focusing on race is the DEI category is certainly includes that. It's just, you want it to be as a name or as a commission, just focus on race, equity, or do you want a larger, or a larger name, a name, however you want to look at it. I'm just asking, what do you want me to call this thing in the ordinance?
So I think the two questions are, which one's best to come first, but probably what do we want this commission's focus? Do we want it solely on race equity, or do we want it broad? And then I think a second question there too is, and what does the title then be to reflect that? And I think we could craft titles. We could see if we can come up with something with Graham tonight, but if not, we could tweak that. But I think if we can at least get the core description of it, then that'll inform things going forward. So I saw Anna's hand up first to comment, and then Michael. Let's go from there and take your everybody's thoughts.
DEI or social justice and equity seems to me to be of real use, because then, well, it's been a really long meeting, so I'm just going to say, if anybody wants to hear me go on about this for another 5 or 10 minutes, I will. But I like the broader inclusivity of either DEI or social justice and equity.
Michael?
So I think I'm the opposite. I was thinking, so if we have this new department level person that is the DEI, right? They can kind of handle a lot of that other stuff. But the issue that started this whole thing was on race equity. So we could change it down the road. We could have a race equity one and an LGBT task force or something like that. But right now, I feel like the attention needs to be on race, and the position's going to have, I think we'll have the bandwidth to work with a race equity commission and, be able to address other issues within the city. So that's just my quick take on it.
Quinn and Denise. Physically, yeah. They're very similar little hand flutters at the same time.
A little love fest over here. I struggle with this because what Councilmember Goodnow just said is correct. It emanated, right? And it emanated at a very particular time. And so there were circumstances and context, and I'm not bound by that. I think we need to do what's right for the city right now and looking forward, certainly looking at what's happened in the past. And as someone who was once asked when I'm going to stop being a feminist, and I told them as soon as women have equal rights and accessibility and pay, I can't vault another inequity over any of the others. In my sense of integrity, I don't think you could say it's the time. It feels reactive. It feels reactive instead of proactive. And so I feel more comfortable with the general. Although I, fully respect.
And then Jennifer.
Oh, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Yeah.
Thanks. I think everybody knows my feelings on this. I'll just explain a little bit further. I think it's very important not to look at this issue in a vacuum. The Race Equity Advisory Committee was actually created by your predecessor, a woman of color on City Council, in reaction to the national turmoil around race and America's reckoning with race. That committee lasted for 2 years and then faced many challenges, namely with ones that we are putting right now, right? Conforming with the charter and making sure that we are in line with all state laws, which is very important to make sure that it goes forward and isn't attacked by folks that I saw in many meetings not wanting to have any conversations about race. And if you look at Southern Poverty Law Center statistics over the last, especially decade, white Christian nationalism is on the rise in this country everywhere. And it's getting very, very scary. And so there is an eminence to this right now. After that committee, faced the legal challenges that we're trying to put right now, one of the things that happened in that committee was a community conversation that was attended by about 85 people in the community, mostly people of color. And one of the main things that they asked for was a strengthening of the Race Equity Advisory Committee. And so for all-white council to know that procedural posture, know the history, know the community leaders that championed this, and to say, okay, actually, this is what we're going to do now, because we're the ones in power. Just be ready for repercussions on that. I think it's very important to know. A lot of people champion listening to their constituents. I would really, before we take the vote at any point, really encourage people to talk to the leaders in the community who are BIPOC and see if they want a DEI commission or a race equity commission. Because from my year as chair, what I heard was race equity.
Jennifer.
Thank you. I know who we're going to have a tiebreaker here. I know exactly who's going to be the tiebreaker. He's still thinking about it over there. She's still, so when I first I wasn't present when we had this first discussion about should it be, it had to do with our council votes last year. Had to do with the topic of equity and diversity in those terms. And I was like, well, yeah, no, I mean, equity and diversity, we should do that because it, it includes women, it includes, handicap or disabled, it includes all kind, I feel like, first of all, I'm just going to say it. We need to just call it a race equity advisory committee. We have an ADA committee. Just like Michael said, we could have a whole variety. I mean, the mayor can have a whole variety of different kinds of commissions by ordinance per month, right? To call myself a feminist, I have to include the intersectionality issues, right? The intersectionality that Black women die more in hospitals, that women of color have more barriers than I do as a white woman. I have benefited from the privilege of being white, while at the same time, suffered some of the, biases in our patriarchal society as a woman. I do not believe it makes you any less feminist to believe that a race equity committee should exist, because it honors the data. There's so much data out there that shows that the racial disparity is intersectionality, and that women of color suffer more than we do as white women. And everything goes back to race when it comes to disparities. You kind of overloaded us with data, Quinn. You gave us like dozens of pages to read. I don't even remember. I didn't read the whole document, but I have read a lot of data that shows disparities of this. I just hope that we can consider it's just as simple as the ADA Commission, Racial Equity Advisory Commission. And then we have somebody who's going to be staffed, who's going to be looking at issues of gender equity, ableism, all these other factors better within our system. So, and maybe the DEI will say we need to have, you know, a commission to evaluate gender, gender equity. And that is not binary. Gender equity is not binary. Okay. So there's other issues that exist that's not just, you know, anyway, I'm just preaching to the choir about some of these things, but I think you know where I'm at. Thank you.
Want to weigh in, or else I have some thoughts? Just want to make sure. Okay. No.
So I'm a slow thinker. Did Anna say something yet?
Yes. No? Am I crazy? Wait in. Yeah. Yes, that's not going to survive. Yeah.
So I read the packet. I've been here since the beginning of this. Leslie first proposed it 3 years ago. Listen to you all. Yeah. This is one of those things where I'm going along with the council. I think you can tell, but I have reservations. Quite frankly, the whole thing. I'm asking, first of all, I'm going to give you a decision based on listening to what you're saying. But I'm going to ask and ask. And I'm not saying that I agreed with everything that was presented. And I'm hoping that I'm not canceled for actually voicing an opinion. Okay. Which happens. And if it happens, it happens. For your homework tonight, if you would oblige, this YouTube video just came out yesterday from John Stassi. It's called Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. DEI is Training Unintended Consequences. The keynote speaker is an African-American professor that used to be a DEI officer. And one of the studies is from the Harvard Business Review, surveying DEI programs and their effectiveness. I appreciate Quinn putting all that information in the packet, but just as Jennifer said, it was information overload. I'm listening to you guys. This is not mine. Frankly, it's not my number one priority in DEI. I'm just going to be honest with you about it. And I hope you embrace me being honest about it, okay? Because I've been silent about this issue. Having said that, if you go back a couple of years, I'm the one, and I don't fault through our police chiefs, but I'm the one that spoke up and says this needs to be open outside of the police force, and we need to have a national search for the very reasons that I want this to be a fair process. And that did not work out. So I am sincere when I do believe that we need to have race considered and have a employee workforce that represents our community. I'm sincere in that. Sometimes the pendulum goes from one extreme to the other, and that's what I'm saying tonight. Now, the question before me is actually a rather simple one, but I just wanted to throw that out there. This whole thing is, you know, whatever. I'm a little nervous. Sense. Getting back to this point, listening to all you guys, and the original, I would go with the focus should be on race. DEI is separate. We put in the budget, the mayor's department. It's a race equity thing based on what I've heard in the past and what I've heard from my fellow council members tonight.
Where I'm at in this is that I've reached out to a lot of different leaders of color in the community, kind of asking this question. And I'd say that the answers have been split. I think the concerns about calling it DEI are certainly that race is one of the largest factors, would get lost, right? We don't want it watered down or an excuse to not talk about race if we're talking about everything else. Also, the concerns of also we, also should be looking at gender disparities, the LGBT issues, and everything else as well. And we don't want to lose those either. You had a great conversation down in Olympia during the conference the other month, and the Olympia City Council. There's a gentleman who's the first African American on the council. I'm not sure about the first, but, also gay and young. He kind of led part of getting their social justice and equity commission up and running. I kind of asked the question too. I said, hey, we're going to be struggling with this. What were your thought process when you go through? And he basically said, well, the same conversation here. How do you do everything? And his response was keeping the title broad, but then in the description of the group, absolutely centering race as one of the main concerns. And basically, if you have a mission statement for it, call it out right up the front is the prime factor. And I'll tell you, I'm really struggling with where to land on this because I want to honor the people in the community who are worried about losing the focus of race, as was initially brought up. But I also don't know what having 4 or 5 separate missions down the road, each on a specific. So I think we're kind of split on this. I would probably put my hat in the broader DEI category at the moment, just from the feedback I've gotten. But my suggestion is, I think that kind of puts 4 to 3 on that. My suggestion would be, though, to be able to move forward with that narrow majority on going broad. But then I think what we should do over the next 2 weeks is absolutely run this by everyone in the community. Yeah.
Could I do point of order to say I don't think that's what the vote is. I don't think.
All right.
Yeah.
Center rates. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'll walk down to the boxes. No, sorry. It was 4. Sorry. 3, 4 DEI 4. Thank you for correcting me.
Should we go ahead and do a straw poll? Sorry to interrupt you, President Coughlin. Should we go ahead and do that?
I appreciate the interruption because I had it wrong. Unless people's changed, I'm seeing. I think it was 1, 2, 3 on broader, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 going to prefer race center.
Sure, and
if you want to
find we're not really making, these aren't real decisions.
It's not hard yet.
We don't make real decisions until the public gets sworn
Exactly.
in, right? So I just wanted, with 4 different variables, I didn't want to write 16 different ordinances. Well, I'm just trying to get some feedback.
Yes.
So I'm taking
sorry.
these numbers down. Right now, I'm going to draft it as
So draft it as race equity commission, but that is the focus, and then we have 2 weeks to talk to the community, hear back, think about it. It's not set in stone until we actually.
And I don't think that this is certainly, I don't think any of you have the idea that this is something that's going to be forced through without public comment or
Absolutely
something like that. So I just wanted to have some guidance on these issues before I sit down and work it out. So if certainly my thought would be that I'm certainly not, I guess, stuck with what you just said. If the public comes in and you hear other testimony and things that move you, you can certainly go back the other way. I can read changes. I just wanted to get something written down, and absolutely, I think it's a good way to do it.
Perfect.
Okay, so the next one was about removal. So this was a provision that Brett and I wanted in an ordinance in the new committee because some of our committees don't have this, and some of them have. One in particular, our Civil Service Commission has a very weird process that's in our charter that we have to go to Superior Court and ask that the person be removed. You have to get an order from a judge, which is strange. Even the judge thought it was strange. So I just had this. Generally, my experience, what we've seen is it's when people are put on a committee and then they stop showing up. And we don't want that to happen too long. And although there could be a situation where, if someone was taking actions against the advice of counsel or things like that, that was subjecting the city to liability, that would be another reason that I think the removal would be appropriate. And so the REAC recommendation in the ordinance that was created indicated removal by the commission itself. I'm asking the council to consider just removal by the mayor and council, which is the way you get on, is the way you get off. And the reason is I think that it would potentially put volunteers in a really tough position to recommend the removal of somebody. I mean, it's basically firing somebody, and that sometimes makes people really uncomfortable. The other part would be, again, I think it's really consistent with our charter and just how those kind of decisions are made, that the people are put on the committee in the way that they should be taken off. So my recommendation on that would be that they be removed by the mayor and the council.
Let's say, yeah, so now again, let's go Jennifer, then.
I don't, oh, I apologize. I'm sorry. Sometimes there's a little lag here. And just full disclosure, my kid, who I haven't seen in a year, is about to walk through my door any minute now. So I'm going to try not to get distracted by this like wonderful gift I'm about to get. But I don't think that's what we ended up with. And Quinn, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't we end up with removal by like approval of council in our final approved draft at our final meeting?
So I don't want to get into a back and forth because I know Jeff's going to call me on it, but I'll address President Coughlin when I speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay,
No,
yes.
no worries. I just wanted to let you know.
Study sessions are more relaxed. I thought we could talk. We're supposed to be able to talk to each other at study sessions.
You want me to answer that?
Yeah, I think
President Coughlin?
again, as long as things stay courteous and respectful.
Yeah.
As they absolutely have been.
Yeah, of course. Just to give my perspective on things, I wanted to one, present the ordinance that REAC had worked on in multiple meetings over a year, and give everybody that feedback. And you have that, which is edited and things like that. But then the other one that has been proposed was after getting legal feedback. One of the things that I missed, and this is on me as the drafter of the ordinance, was one of legal's suggestions was if it's just the commission removing people, then that takes away voter input, right? Like the commission is not voted upon. The mayor is elected at large. We are elected by districts. There needs to be an accountability to voters, not just an accountability to the commission. So me personally, I understand that, and I agree with legal's recommendation that it should be a mayoral appointment and removal with council confirmation at both ends. I hope that answers your question, Jennifer.
Yeah, no, we didn't miss it. We didn't miss it, and that was something that we had a discussion about at our last meeting. And it was just you, me, Daryl, and Aaron, and that was something that legal told me that we could add when I talked to them. And so there was a discussion about it, and that part was in there. Removal by mayors was standard wording. And we added by council as like a double safeguard, so they didn't have some kind of
Oh, gotcha. I think you're conflating. The issue is the way I wrote it after legal advice was keeping in that it was upon the approval of on the recommendation of the commission to the mayor. We're going to take that out. It's the mayor's recommendation to council, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I go with mayor and council.
Okay. And so the way that it was written, it made it like the first step being that the commission recommends to the mayor that a person be removed. And I thought that was frankly asking a lot of them, because particularly if it was the chair, they might not really have control of the agenda or whatever to even make that vote and things like that. And so anyway, okay. So we can just go through.
Yeah, anyone opposed to keeping mayor having removal by mayor council, the second column there? Donna, you are? Yeah.
Is anything else done by both mayor and council?
Oh yeah, lots of things. So all of the appointments of department heads,
Yeah, and this is like
and the appointment of all the boards and commissions. That's the section of the charter that is here. So yeah, so it's just we don't usually put the removal in the ordinance, but I will say that we will be in the future.
Okay, I think we have
Okay,
clear
that was pretty good.
consensus on that one.
So the next one is accepting public comment, and this one's tricky. There's really not a simple way to explain this, but I will do my best. Okay, so we've got the charter and we've got state law, and the charter says that all of the city's committee meetings are going to be open to the public. The charter doesn't attach penalties to that, though. It's just a charter provision. And the reason I say that that's important is because then there's a state law that's the Open Public Meeting Act, and that does attach penalties. And it is often litigated, and because it includes attorney's fees, and you all have been educated on OPMA, so you know what that is. So what gets complicated with Citizen Advisory Committee is that generally speaking, they're exempt from OPMA. They don't have to comply with the Open Public Meeting Act because they're advisory. But the definition gets back around to them is if they take public comment at their that's considered a government function that then brings them back under the OPMA. So they get that protection in the statute where they don't have to comply, which is important because these are volunteers or, you know, that threat of having those, you know, $500 per violation and all that, and it's on them themselves, is, you know, it can be scary, especially if maybe what sometimes happens is that people feel like they get caught up in OPMA violations, right? There's an email string or something like that, and it makes them nervous, and then they don't want to participate because it's scary. So this is just something to consider. We don't have other committees where this is a part of the code, where it says they don't accept public comment, but it's just one of these like risk things that we were talking about. So that's one part. The other part of the risk analysis and accepting public comment is moderating a meeting. And in particular, I think that I would say that for this particular committee, this is maybe even a heightened risk. I don't know if those of you who have chaired it would maybe agree, because the subject matter, it draws out I don't know, sometimes some rude folks. I don't know to really explain that, but I just think that there's probably a heightened risk of, and what I mean by that is when you're moderating a public meeting, you have to give everyone the same amount of time to speak. You can't cut people off if they're being, you know, rude or even off topic, because once you open up for public comment, they get their time. And so sometimes that's hard, and it would require training that exists, because these are going to be staffed by, again, led by volunteers. So that person would need to be educated and trained on moderating a public meeting that takes public comment. And so Quinn, I think, has some firsthand experience.
Yeah, definitely. I can, I'm trying to be as like neutral as possible with my experience, but also, you know, giving my opinion based on my experience. You know, I think Kylie's being generous in that, you know, the issue of race equity in America right now draws out rude people. I would say it draws out some pretty racist people that have made some comments in our meeting, which is their First Amendment right to do so. The issue that I was seeing was exactly what Kylie's talking about. You know, as I'm a barred attorney, right? Like my expertise isn't in First Amendment, but I know that, you know, I can't do any sort of viewpoint discrimination. And that's a lot to ask for a volunteer to moderate that. There was also frustration from members when I came on as chair and started communicating what legal was communicating to me, which was, hey, there might be some OPMA issues that we need to educate our members about. Lots of the questions were, well, can't we communicate afterwards what are the ways that we can legally circumvent this? Because we need to be able to do the work, right? The people that do this work are community activists, and a core function of community activists is communicating and getting people up to speed, and making sure that there is tight communication with folks. And so that was a frustration of community members. I think that my opinion is that if it's going to be fully staffed by volunteers that are community members, we should not place the burden of First Amendment and OPMA violations in moderating that. I know that the risk of that is taking away public comment and people that might not be able to be physically at the meeting to be able to say something at that moment. But from a liability standpoint, and especially from my perspective, being able to do the work without so many institutional limitations, which became frustrating to the committee while I chaired. is something that not allowing public comment could take away. And I think that's a smart decision.
I did want to add one thing real quick before we go. I don't want to, like, one of the things that I think might be a concern is that some of the topics that the committee is discussing needs public comment, right? And I think that's where the advisory committee aspect comes in, and that's when they come to you and says that we need a public meeting time. We need some space on your agenda. We need a fifth Wednesday to talk about this issue or whatever. And so then that can be provided as a part of a council meeting to address a topic, basically a recommendation, part of that advisory committee to the council could be that they think that they need to have public listening session or whatever on this topic, and that time needs to be made available and make it as a special meeting of the council.
Technical question: would public comment also incorporate writing in comments to the commission? Like right now, people can write in the council or show up and speak. Does taking public comment like that?
I don't think that would necessarily make it subject to the OPMA. I think it's the moderating at the meeting, but I can look into that specifically.
Okay, yeah.
No, because the committee could certainly like review maybe mail or emails or something like that, but it would just be, that wouldn't implicate the First Amendment issues. And I don't think that would subject it to the OPMA. I'll find out.
Okay.
Kind of related to that, but
Yeah, go ahead. Michael Eric on it. I think some lights.
Could they have a special meeting out in public? Like, because they were going to events. They had events previously. Can they do those, or those meetings?
Well, the people can do them, but if it was the committee doing them, then that would, they couldn't have.
Could they go out in the community and participate in a summit and have a listening tour or something?
No, probably not.
Anna, then Eric.
Is it possible for both of these to just say, why don't we pitch it to the commission once its members are selected and let them decide?
Well, I wanted you to decide because it's a liability issue.
Yeah, I think that those need to come from us.
I vote for low liability on number 3 and 4.
Eric.
So it's twofold. I agree with Ken. First of all, it's a liability issue on the city. We're the board, and we need to be looking at possible legal exposure for anything that we enact. And I think we're doomed. Potentially, if we've got people that aren't city employees and they're subject to the OPMA, and then what happens if they violate it? And we don't have it control. Long term, we do by the power of removal, but the damage could be done. The other thing is out of concern for whoever the committee chair is. Let's not put this dangerous tool in their hand where things can go haywire. I was up there for a few years. I remember having big crowds and trying to control that on certain topics. It's not an easy thing. And to ask that of a community member that's not getting compensated and that hasn't had training and experience doing it, maybe they do, but that might be the luck of the draw on what you get as far as your experience. I wouldn't want to put that on them. So for those reasons, I say do not allow public comment. However, as Jeff mentioned, I think it's crucial. You have a 5 to 8 member committee as these proposals are written, that this isn't so myopic, that these are just the opinions of these 5 to 8 people. You have to have a mechanism that allows the public that's listening in on these meetings to be able to chime in. It may not be a two-way conversation and a real-time conversation, but the public needs to give input to this committee. And then maybe it's as simple as reading the letters. I don't know. Here's a public comment that we received last month, and then the committee can discuss that. If that's okay to do, I think that's the mechanism to use.
I think, and I'm going to go to Jennifer. It sounds like we're getting a good majority here. But Jennifer, your thoughts on this?
Like I'm hearing okay. Sorry, I'm going to be that person again. But I do want to just honor the people, because we did have this discussion on October 13th of 22, we had this discussion about, I think I had thrown out the idea of like, well, let's just not have public comment and da 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 da. And so I did receive some feedback, critical feedback, which, I took to heart, and I actually connected with this person. I found this person and I called them. But there was somebody who said they really resented the fact that I wanted to get rid of public comment just to meet OPMA because I would be silencing them. And so to that end, I think having a mechanism in place is an absolutely necessary idea. I'm not willing to vote we're not voting, but I'm not willing to take either one of these positions because I want to know what the mechanism is that's going to be in place to allow for comments, for the public to have issues that are going to arise to come up. Anyway, thank you.
My thought on this is thinking back to being on planning commission. When a planning commission takes public comment, both written and in person, obviously less controversial for zoning updates than this topic. Is there any other commissions that currently take public comment, or is it just planning? Parks does, director. Okay, so we kind of have a precedence here, but yeah, you see where I'm going with this. Just want to create it. Whatever we come up with, I'd like to see it uniform, I guess.
So respectfully, it's totally different because for each one of those commissions, you have a department head that effectively is running the meeting and guiding the planning commission and the parks commission. My understanding as presented, you do not have a department head or someone from the mayor's office that's running this commission, unless I read the proposed ordinances incorrectly.
I think that the idea was that there would be staff support provided from the city attorney's office, and then that the DEI person would attend the meetings, but
okay.
I don't think it's anticipated. I think this is kind of goes into the next one that we're going to talk about a little bit is the duties, and it kind of comes down to agenda control, right? And so with the planning commission, the planning commission really doesn't set their own agenda, all right? It's set by the DC
right.
And this committee, I don't see. I think it's going to have more autonomy than that.
Fair enough. I do think it just the chair of the planning commission does take the public comment. Although you have staff there, they're running the meeting.
It's often required by statute. I think for some of the land use decisions that there be public comment.
Okay.
Yeah, because they're public hearings, and I think our Parks Commission has similar requirements in our code. I know that one of our initiatives or referendums that's in our code relates to park properties, and it refers everything to that to have public input. Once again, this is just from watching it last year.
No, that helps me clarify the distinction. Okay, no, I think that got me past that.
And again, some of this is just that it's just weigh the risk, and it's my job to point them out to you. Okay. You guys make the decision.
Yeah, we can give thumbs up. How about go to Quinn, and then we'll just get a quick count on this. And
just last comment. I think Eric's point is exactly right, and I think the difference even between 2021 and 2022 REAC and what this commission is shaping up to be is there isn't any members of the governing board that would be chairing or vice chairing, right? It would all be community led, which I think is, the main ask that I heard was kind of get out of the way and let us do our work. And it's like, that's fine. But because of risk liability, we have to set some parameters of that place, of them being able to do that work without interference. And if there isn't a department head, if there isn't a council member on there, I think from a risk management standpoint, it makes sense.
So, are we?
Let me just do a show of thumbs up. If your thumbs up for no public comment. Okay, so we got a clear majority on that one.
And I'll find out about
no spoken, but of course, let's look.
I'll find out about
written and all the other.
Which kind of goes into the second one, or the final one, the blue. I just had on here duties and specific in general, and so the bones of the ordinance that went through REAC and when we started with came from Bainbridge Island, and they had a really specific duty section. It got like down into kind of like, at that point they had, it sounded like had a strategic plan, and the committee was established to implement that. And there were several other ones. When I was reading it, to me, it seemed like some of those just didn't fit for Bremerton, and like we weren't maybe in we weren't really at that stage or whatnot with some of the efforts. And so I just put it on there. I think it does need to be clear that it be clear what the duties are, but I don't know that they need to be quite as specific as that particular example. And this was the one that lended itself rather poorly to the setup I had for the other one. So feel free to just disregard that table, because it's hard to say. I mean, I would just say if you saw that section, it's in the duty section. Like, do you really like it, or do you want me to come up with something else? Is how I would look at this one, because I don't want it to just necessarily say, oh, go forth and do good work and just leave it that general. But I just didn't think that those specific duties really fit. And I wasn't really sure though which direction you guys wanted to take on that one.
And I'll just preface with the joint planning session. I know we had the discussion of we can get something on the books now, we can amend it later and update the ordinance later.
Right.
Out there, yeah.
So I can just do something that's more general about it being advisory. And then
just a quick straw poll if you want the more general, but yeah. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Okay, so it seems like majority, but let's, quick comments on it and thoughts. Sorry, Jennifer, hand up first, and Quinn. And then, sorry, Anna was here.
I keep leaving this hand up. You guys, I need to come back and be in person more. No, I apologize. I have no comments on this. I go with whatever y'all want to do.
Quinn and Anna.
Yeah, I think, real quick, I just think that goes with the intent of the committee as well, to not have city council or the mayor's office kind of define all of the issues. Let them define what their work plan is going to be. Let the community decide what goals and priorities. And so, yeah, I think I accidentally left this one in. So thanks for catching.
So the thing that I think would be helpful just in our ongoing conversations about this, though, is thinking about what it's going to do. Like, what is the expectation? And like some examples, like like in your mind, when you think about like how these meetings are going to go and like what we're really asking of these people, I think that we should be pretty clear about that.
I.e. that it is, paraphrase, like every other commission, it is an advisory board. Only the elected members of the city make the decisions, but they can, like any other commission, bring recommendations to us with a unanimous vote, with a split vote, just like planning commission sometimes comes in, or other ones, and say, we really recommend the council of.
So like a good example, I think, would be is like, you know, let's say the council, there's been pushback when we've had vacancies, right? That maybe they weren't filled. They were filled in a way that was either too fast or, you know, whatever. There's been pushback, right? And so let's say as a council, we don't have any vacancies right now, but you decided that, hey, we don't want to have pushback anymore. We want to get it right. And so I could see that the council could put in a request to the committee to consider what are the recommendations, or, you know, how can we do this process better? Because we want to do better. And we've gotten, you know, like sharing the concerns that we've gotten from people and asking the committee for some help with that. But there needs to be, like, I think also for effectiveness, that the ability for the people on the committee to become aware of the situation and to be able to talk about that and then make a recommendation to council on their own that they see. Let's say that they were the ones that got that feedback that the process wasn't great and they wanted to, on their own, come up with something better and make a recommendation to council. I could see that, but the thing that I think is that it does need to be clearly defined that it is advisory. And so it's not like there should be more outreach about this program. Oh, okay, well, I'll get a table at this and I'll do that. Yeah, it needs to be a recommendation to the council or to the mayor's office to take certain action.
Okay, so I think, last comment, and then I think it sounds like you have.
I thought I read something about presentations or doing community outreach, and I personally feel very uncomfortable with volunteers going out on behalf of the city and doing race training. So the direct services, advisory, direct services, and you don't do direct services when you're commissioner.
Right, and so that was one of the ones I actually suggested that we moved, that it wasn't an advisory task and that one be removed.
I'm sorry, so there's a fifth and sixth box. I know it's getting late and
Oh, there's not.
if it upsets you, I'm buying cheeseburgers at McDonald's, so whatever. 'Cause that's where I'm heading afterwards.
There's only 4 boxes. This is the
No,
last
I know, you need a fifth and sixth. I want to get this out of the way because this will make our next meeting easier.
Yeah, how about you propose moving decide whether to tackle tonight or at the next study session? Yeah.
Okay, so I read both proposed ordinances. They're very similar, and a little bit of differences. And one difference is in the compensation. One ordinance says 0 compensation, the other one says no compensation, but a $75 stipend. So I prefer no compensation, to treat it like any other committee. So that's my preference. And I don't know what, if we want to address that now, it's up to you, but I'd just like to get that out of the way so we can write in the ordinance one way or the other.
Yeah, if that's gonna be a sticking point, I'd rather get it out of the way. So thumbs up, thumbs down on $75 stipend.
I'll go for a Quinn. Sorry, I'm trying to jump
Sorry, yeah. I agree with you that it needs to be consistent with the other commissions. I'm fine striking that language. Most likely I'll be coming back to council to propose like a $75 or $50 stipend to everybody that volunteers their time, just to cover childcare or gas or whatever, just to recognize people's time.
I agree with that.
So it's no stipend.
No in this ordinance, but we will
Later.
evaluate for all commissions equally, down the road.
Okay, and then
Oh, may I just say, I think I really love that idea, Quinn, because when I was on the Arts Commission, it was, I gave up a lot of time and it would have been nice. We had some vacancies. That would really help fill some of those vacancies. The $75 stipend is very small. Thank you, that's all. Denise is over it. She wants to go. I'm so sorry, Denise.
okay, so but that's not, we're good. So okay. Okay, the sixth box, and I was confused on this one as well, comparing other committees. And that is, it says for both of the proposed ordinances that it can be a resident of Bremerton, which I agree with, or a resident of unincorporated Kitsap County with Bremerton addresses. And to me, that's like So I thought this was for City of Bremerton residents.
So the charter allows us to change those requirements by ordinance, so it's whatever you want.
Right, I understand the charter does, but to the best of my knowledge, the only commission that we have that has someone that is outside the city of Bremerton, in other words, requires a city of Bremerton resident, is our resident CPA that works on the audit commission, because you don't want to.
You're right. That's the only exception. This is just one that came out of REAC, and I didn't have a legal reason to say.
I'm just trying to be consistent with all the other commissions in that this is the city of Bremerton. When we take public comment, anyone can comment, but maybe I'm going against myself. We tend to put more emphasis, I would think, on people that live in the city that are Bremerton residents when they're asking us to change things versus someone from Bainbridge Island that says, yeah, I don't like how you're doing this. I mean, that doesn't sit well with me. So I would like to take my direction from advisory committee from residents of the city of Bremerton.
And Quinn, I think, was the one that wrote this.
Yeah, I can give you like a little background about that, Eric. It's kind of twofold. One of the people that regularly attended meetings and really wanted to be on REAC, but again could not because of the charter saying you have to be a Bremerton resident except for ordinance. She constantly gave really great input and was a BIPOC community member. But also I just thought from like an equity standpoint, I know that a lot of the times, based on historical redlining, communities are segregated by race. And so even though, you know, you might consider yourself a Bremertonian, but you live, and this resident did, I think, live like 2 blocks outside of incorporated Bremerton. But culturally was a part of the city. So I think it was just an effort to recognize her contributions and also recognize the history of redlining and possibilities that community members of color might have been forced to outer limits of the city based on wealth accumulation or bank lending that took place. So that was kind of the rationale. But if council wants to strike that, I'm fine with that as well.
Yep.
I move to limit discussion on this matter to 4 minutes.
We're getting short on time. So,
So I take it you don't want a cheeseburger.
Do I have a second?
We don't quite do the motions and seconds in study sessions, but no, but point taken. So I think let's leave it for now. That was react to original recommendation. There's no legal motion against it, but we can discuss it next time if we want to keep it. Oh, I'm so sorry, Jennifer. Sometimes you go in and out.
Well, it's, you know what, because I'm eating and I didn't want to upset you. So I'm going off camera. So I say to leave it in because some of the people that wanted to be on it were also business owners in our community. So that was another relevant point. You can talk about the historical data like Quinn did, which is relevant, but then there's also the practical side that somebody who lives across the street from a Bremerton, you know, resident, but they're outside of this, you know, they're still participating in Bremerton. So I think the intent was to include people who had relevance in Bremerton, including business owners.
Oh, yeah, definitely will illustrate. Okay, let's leave it as is for now, and let's pick that up next time. All right, so thank you so much, Kylie, for the attorney for tackling all this. Thank you, everybody, especially former REAC members for really bringing this forward. And so we'll get this on this will be on the next study session in a couple of weeks because we don't have a meeting next week. Yes, I believe it's 12th. Yes. Well, the next study session, we'll pick it up there. If miraculously we think we have a really solid ordinance, we can move it to the general for a vote, or I'm going to guess more likely we'll probably need at least one more study session after that, incorporating public, feedback that we've individually gotten. But we'll see where we're at next time. So that's the next step. Indeed, yes. Thank you all. All right. Long meeting night, break time. Let's reconvene 8:40 and see if we can fly through the last section here.
Recording stopped.
Thank you all for that discussion. Sorry, I'm not there to bring cookies today, everybody. Not that it would make today any easier.
Recording in progress.
I'm moving into general council business, and we'll start with C1, inviting Public Works Committee Vice Chair Eric Younger, who hosted the meeting yesterday, to give a summary and highlights from the meeting held March 21st.
Okay, summary and highlights. Thank you. First item, we talked about stormwater comprehensive plan update, and basically that's going to go to public comment in they're going to complete the draft plan in March. We had an overview and public review in April and May of 2023, council approval in June 23. It'll be a resolution if it's passed, and then that'll roll up into our comp plan for next year, 2024. Kitsap Lake Algae, we're going to continue hopefully with the contract with Aquatechnics, a 3-year contract on their successful treatment of Kitsap Lake. Quincy Square, we got an update. Construction still planned for 2024. Hoping to get the environmental permitting done this year. Tracy and Beach Road Sewer pre-design information item only, as the cost is going to be $95,000. Basically, the sewer section on Tracyton Beach Road, we have learned a lot about pitch since the 1980s, and that sewer pipe needs a little more pitch. Enough said. The next item was what we discussed today during the study session, Department of Ecology grant. And then before the council study session April 12th will be the 2023 sewer rehabilitation project. Basically, that's secure in place pipe, which we do every year now. We have for the last 2, 3, 4 years. And then last item, we talked about doing another coating on one of our reservoirs. We have several reservoirs. This is Reservoir 8. The last issue was an overview and update on all the grant applications the city applies for. There was an extensive discussion on what the city looks at for grants. And I would like to say that the city does a bang-up job leveraging their money and their grant dollars. As although it was parks tonight, that was a great example. And Public Works does a great job of leveraging their money as well. That's all I have.
Just to ask, because we've gotten several citizen comments on it, you discussed 6th Street and the status there.
So we discussed 6th Street. So in general, hopefully I'm not misstating what the general consensus of the public is. They're expressing their frustration that the rechannelization is not being done as part of this 6th Street overlay. In Public Works, the discussion was you need to understand that we have state grant money that allows very specific parameters, basically doing the overlay and not the rechannelization. The rechannelization is more than just painting stripes and going from 4 lanes to 3. It's more in depth. And if you just did paint stripes, you're going to be a laughing stock. It's just going to potentially be total chaos. So that needs to be done. It needs to be engineers. It needs to be engineered, right? And so that's a different grant money. And that could be several years out before it's done. So in the meantime, they're doing the work so it can be incorporated at a future date as best they can to understand the grant money's here and the rest of the improvements of 6th Street overlay needs to be done. And we just need to live with that, with the understanding that as funds come in, we'll go ahead and it'll come before council. Do you want to do a road diet? And that's with a channelization and all that stuff. And that will be addressed another time. Just have patience. And I mean, keep bringing it up. But that's the facts of the matter, is that this is grant money and it's for this specific purpose. And it can't be expanded to the channelization. So we just got to deal with it and be grateful, in my opinion, that we're getting grant money to resurface 6th Street.
Okay, no, thanks for that summary, and I don't want to spend all night on this, but and then I'll go to Ann after my question. But so when, because I know this has been talked about in Public Works in 2021, 2022, the 6th Street Road Diet's been since the 2007 non-motorized plan. It's been in there. It's in the comp plan. There's been studies the city has done that supports the 6th Street rechannelization. So what is the current timeline on that? Like what is needed from council to move that forward at this point? Yeah, Tom, I'm sorry to, it's just kind of timely. And again, we can pick this up in 2 weeks, or sorry, 3 weeks, but I feel like we need an answer to say what the path is.
So we did apply for grant funding last year, it was through WashDOT, with the intent to try to deliver the project with the pavement preservation project next year, and we were unsuccessful in securing the grant. Very surprised. We applied through the WashDOT Bike Ped program, thought it was a good fit. They scored us fairly well. We didn't get it. We don't have funds. We have limited funds that we use to match grants, and they're all leveraged right now. The funds are all leveraged right now. So we will continue to look for grant funding opportunities. We clearly understand that this is a priority. We're trying to move it forward as best we can. But we have a pavement preservation project that has a very specific scope. And there is a very detailed requirements with that project. And we would tip that project over to try to incorporate with that project the 6th Street Preservation Project. I mean, it can't do it next year with all of the requirements associated with that federal aid project. Very prescriptive. The permitting on it. It's positioned in the STIP, the State Transportation Improvement Plan. I mean, there are. It's a web of impacts that are insurmountable at this point to incorporate that with that project. We're constantly looking for funding for the projects that are priorities for the city to deliver. I don't know any other way to say it. We're going to try to move forward as best we can, as quickly as we can.
I don't want to dwell too much on this meeting, but I remember it was not to be too complicated of a lift. The paint only option was basically paint plus a few other minor modifications. And so I personally would like to see that option and be able to evaluate and see it. And so I'll maybe ask the Public Works at their next meeting can look at that. And I'm saying, Anna, let me go to you since that's being a Public Works committee and you had your hand up. Just to, I kind of want to get a sense of where the council's at on the specific project.
Yeah. Hey, good evening, Tom. Thank you for staying so late. And I'm really sorry I had to miss yesterday's meeting. Because one of the things I wanted to ask is, of course, I was just an observer in 2019 and 2020, and in 2021 as well, when Lori Wheat and Kevin Gorman particularly asked about phase 1 and phase 2 of the 6th Street preservation. Can we retrofit with bike lanes? And it did not seem to be a difficulty at that time. So I'm just wondering, is my memory at fault, or how am I at fault here in this conviction?
It came up during phase 2. And what we did with phase 2 is we didn't put down thermoplastic MMA because when you remove those lane markings, they leave a shadow. And so we use paint, which needs to be refreshed a little bit more frequently. But it's the appropriate way to try, in this case, to make sure that that project was forward compatible with the rechannelization, with the hope that we would be able to deliver the rechannelization with the phase 3 project which we tried to do, and we were unsuccessful. You can't just go paint it without designing it first. The design is a $500,000 project, just the design. Once you design it, you will understand the full scope of the project, including modifications to the traffic signals, which have to happen, installation of the new traffic signals. The signals have underground power conduits. We've found that, after wire is in the ground in certain shapes for a long period of time, it doesn't have, it's very difficult to pull wire through those conduits again. And so you end up having to put down new conduit and the old conduits, put down new wire. I mean, just when you get into intersections, you may end up having to take some additional right-of-way, which would mean, moving curb, reconstructing sidewalks, reconstructing curb ramps. It's not just paint. Here's the thing. There are significant proponents for this. There are also significant opponents of this project. The last thing we want to do is do a bad job of it and have a failure. It's very important for this to be successful. And in order to do that, you need to do the proper design to deliver a proper project. And it's a $500,000 design, and it's $2 million of construction. That's our current estimate on the project.
With your permission, so the $2.5 million grant, did that include engineering design?
The application, yeah, we applied for 2.34 and then included a design component. And I just had this conversation with Shane this morning.
Okay.
And he's looking at a $500,000 design. That's what he's budgeting right now in the $2.5 million. And I can tell you that our engineering consulting costs are just, the costs are increasing sharply right now. And it's because of, there's a lot of grant money out. There's a lot of demand for engineers right now. We're struggling with that as well. The other thing that we're having the problem with, just from an internal staffing standpoint, is, we're having difficulty hiring engineers right now. We've had engineering positions open right now for 4 months, and they're still not filled, right? And the one in particular, the Transportation Capital Program Manager, Council approved that with the budget to fill last year. That is an unfilled position. That position is necessary to fill in order to offload Shane, our transportation engineer, to allow him to focus on the comprehensive plan, which is a heavy lift for 2023 and 2024. So we have staffing limitations, we have budget limitations. And it would be unwise to blow up our work plan right now when we will deliver this project. We will deliver it. We've just got to find the funding.
So just to make clear, I mean, I think the frustration is that it's been 16 years since this has been outlined as a to-do. That's what I'm hearing from the community, and I want to make sure that you're not waiting on any council decision to be able to get this done.
Well, we
and if you are, then let's make that decision. I mean, I think it's already in the comp plan. Previous public work committees have reaffirmed it, but I want to make sure you're not waiting on this council to give a formal vote on 6th Street. Okay,
that's not
all right.
No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, we clearly understand the goals and desires of the council. That's why we submitted the grant application last year. But there's a step that needs to happen, and that is, formal approval of the rechannelization. It's a major change to a transportation corridor with the city, and it really deserves an ordinance to move forward. But that is not what's holding this up at all.
Okay. I apologize for the Public Works brief out there. Can I ask Public Works Committee to maybe just touch base on this again next time they meet and get a better understanding of the broad design, the lift, where the 2.2 million is going versus any possible simpler solution? I think we owe it to have a continuing explanation to the community on this one. So I'm seeing a head from nodded from Lisa Anna. So no, you're good.
Not
okay. It's obviously not pressing. I just want to make sure we don't lose sight.
I don't want to be argumentative. please don't take this that way, but I've answered this question in emails multiple times, and I'm happy to answer specific questions. I just don't know how else to say this. So if you can direct any specific questions you'd like to have answered, then I'm more than happy to try to work on that.
Okay. Oh, then.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Eric, for some of them in there. All right. Any other Public Works Committee questions? Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, your mic. So, sorry, Denise is asking if.
Yeah, the bridge meeting, the Warren Bridge meeting, the public meeting that was
rescheduled or not.
Canceled at the last minute. Just wondering
if even
no
weather. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah. So that was actually canceled because of weather. But there are questions still to be answered before we can really have a productive meeting, and so we've been delaying that. We're trying to get responses from the DOT regarding what they will approve and what they won't approve. And it has to do with sidewalk widths on both sides of the bridge, and that it shouldn't be this hard. But we really want to get definitive answers from them so that we can have a good, productive meeting as we move that forward. So that's why it hasn't been scheduled yet.
Excellent. Jennifer, make sure I'm not missing you. Better keep moving on. So just speak up if I miss you. All right. Moving on, we'll go to C2. Any other regional or committee briefings council members have attended that you're assigned to? Any big updates to put forth on?
Again, sorry I was sick yesterday, but I did manage to catch half an hour of the City.Council meeting in which the Bainbridge Island Chamber of Commerce put up $100,000 to, and City.Transit also put up funds to launch an enthusiastic dial-a-ride. It's BI Ride, I believe is the name of it. Come to Bainbridge, explore Bainbridge, get off the ferry, enjoy it. Lots of really gorgeous professional color graphics. So that was about all I learned at City.Transit yesterday. Sorry.
Good. I got nothing big. Not seeing anyone else. Keep moving. C3, auditor's budget considerations memo. This is for you, Anna, from audit committee. Is a memo out yet, or is it?
Okay, did you not get the memo? Oh, flippin' heck.
Oh, it's in the packet. Thank you.
Okay, good.
It's not in the. I remember.
It is in the packet.
I saw a draft. I don't remember if I saw the final, but it has been finalized. Thank you. Okay.
Just repeat that so the public knows. We have a 358-page packet.
429-page packet.
Oh, yeah.
It's on page 358.
Okay. Sorry, Anna. You take it away for an update on this memo.
Okay. So it being 9 p.m. I don't want to go through every single thing here, but Eric Younger mentioned, that's right, you are the guilty party. No. I thought it was really great at the budget, and several of us did, that a longer time frame would be helpful, and that more concerted public engagement would really help the process and would help us feel that the public was taking part, because they would be. So the auditor, Jenny Sims, put together some information on how that could be done. So here, my takeaway from our conversation, our informal conversations after the budget, was less of a fire hose of information, longer time between budget presentation to council and the final Q&A, and additional public engagement. So I'm just checking for, I think, the 4th time with all of you that yes, this is what council wanted. So here, you have this long memo that details ways to get public information, and I have highlighted just numbers 1, 2, and 3 for tonight, and I'll tell you why. It's because everybody gets into a habit of how they do things, and the city has gotten into a habit of how they do things. So if we start like jumping on them in, let's say, late July and say, oh, by the way, we'd really like to, change the whole budget process, they would be deservedly quite peaked. So I'm hoping that we can get as much done as we can this year, and to start by focusing on what things we can do earlier in the year. And those are our number 1, 2, and 3 in the budget content process considerations, which are page 359 of 429. I personally, and not just because President Coughlin comes from there, I personally liked the simplicity of the Roseville, Minnesota form. It's something that we could send out the way CDBG did in their survey. We could send it out in the water bills. Would we hit every single person? No, but nothing will. But this would hit, I think, the greatest number of people. And it's written in plain language. Here's the preliminary budget. Like, which parts of this, are what you want from the city? Which parts aren't? What changes would you suggest? 1, 2, 3. It's a busy world. That seems like we would get productive results from that. I'm perfectly happy to hear about anything else that you all have to propose. Like for me, the city of Redmond recruits a volunteer team of community members means like, oh wait, who's going to supervise that? Who's going to recruit that? Who's going to have the meetings?
And I think the main decision we were hoping to get back to Mike Riley tonight was on that proposal to expand the budget week. Yeah.
So
because I think that's the one thing that needs to be set ASAP, and then the rest of this we can keep giving feedback and work with Mike.
There are a number of ways, and that's number 3 on this item 3. So are we all in agreement there wasn't time for us to absorb everything? And I think, and just parenthetically, I'd also like to expand to include Eric's proposal for a number of years in a row now that council think about what money we want. Like, I personally want a striping machine for us. And I think you all know that. But if we introduce that earlier in the year, and that would be something, that would be our own meeting though. So I'm not going to talk about that right now.
Right, and I still got the 5th Wednesday in May as a reserved placeholder for that discussion.
Okay, if you would send us something formal so that we could show it to people and say, look, I really can't go away with you.
Yeah, if we decide.
I have to do this meeting. That would be great. There are a number of different, if you follow these links to the Ridgefield, Washington and the Redmond biennial budget calculator, you can see how they managed to move time around. We have 2 ways to go here. We can't extend the final very much because printing takes time, because amassing information and making changes and checking it with everybody takes time. And Thanksgiving happens. So is it possible that we can extend the end date to like mid-November? Would that work for most people? Not just most people on the council, but most people, do you think?
I think Eric, so you've been through this process many times.
Yes, he has.
So this is a Lori Smith, Mike Riley question. We can't answer that here. There are specific deadlines, first reading, second reading. It's a really tight schedule. So my recommendation on all this is Jenny did a tremendous job. Give us 12 bullet points to consider. But we're such a big group, 7 people, that first of all, I do agree with you. We need to have time to let the administration know what the council's, what we're looking focused on the budget. But what I'm suggesting is you can't overhaul this budget process in 1 year.
Mhm.
So I would like the council president, he's got the audit committee's memo, pick a couple items out of there, some baby steps. Let him work with Lori Smith and Mike Riley as far as moving any dates or whatever. I don't need to be involved in that process. You guys just work it out. And then I ask that you pick some of these items that Jenny's got here. If they make sense to you, go get them incorporated and see how it works. Next year we pick up some more. Or we see what works. You know, did these work? Were they good? No. Okay, let's drop that. But it's too big an apple to bite the whole thing this year.
Yeah, very meaty. So I'm happy to do that if there's a majority thumbs up. And we check specifically on the number 3 suggestion. The proposal was to start off the, I lost from last time, but basically just to spread it out so that we kind of get the brain dump. And we have so we do a Monday and a Thursday budget workshop. We have our normal Wednesday meeting, and then we don't have our get together again until the following Thursday. So we have a full week to go back out and think about it. And if there's thumbs up for that, I'll give a, yeah, but yeah.
Well, I know Eric likes a strong central leader, but I would
So sorry, I'm gonna say those comments, let's avoid them.
yeah,
I
no,
know we're
I
friendly,
am.
but yeah, just, no, it's good.
I'm not
Okay,
making,
I'm just making sure. I just know it's something.
I'm not making, I had no intent to make any comment. I'm just saying
I'm
that,
happy to make all the decisions you want.
I'm just saying that, I would like, I don't even know if Jennifer is with us anymore, but I would like to have.
I'm still here.
Yeah. I mean, if the rest of you are content to have Jeff decide everything with Mike and Jenny, then I'll yield to that. But it's not my preference. I would rather have us talk about it like a little bit at each study session over time. But setting up the initial, and I agree with Jeff and Eric and everybody, that like if we could push the brain dump forward, like the parts where the department heads introduce themselves to us, that's not financial. That's something that we could easily do. Does that make sense to everybody?
So I think I'm seeing thumbs up for the more expanded week. All right, so I'll give Mike a thumbs up on that. And then on it, yeah, let's how about you and I put our heads together over coffee on this, pick out a few of the top items. We can do a sub quorum, and then yeah, get some thumbs up with study sessions for specific proposals.
Okay.
After talking to Lori and Mike and folks.
Okay.
Excellent.
Then we will do that. Does anybody want to talk about the budget some more?
I'll just say thanks so much. Thanks to you and Audit Committee for leading this. Thanks to Jenny for putting this together, Auditor Sims. Fantastic. One small correction, I'm not from Roseville, but my parents-in-law live there now. And they were laughing that now, Roseville in the Bremerton official documents. So, but
It is.
it's great to learn from other cities everywhere. Yeah.
I'd also like
All right.
to thank all of you for like being really straight up, and for enabling me to represent you correctly on the audit committee. Okay.
All right.
And also for the record, I am the native Minnesotan
Yes.
on this council. You can tell the Minnesota,
Yes.
also Norwegian and Swedish, just for the record.
I think you might be on my 23andMe cousins.
Jeez, we're
Family
related.
tree, Eric.
All right. Coming in for a landing. All right.
Goodness, I gotta digest that.
C4, I got to read it out loud. Proposal to pursue new language for BMC Chapter 20.14 entitled Critical Areas and Chapter 20.15 entitled Landscaping. Continue discussion. So last time there were enough thumbs up to talk about this, and I believe the proposal's on the table. I don't know if it needs reiterating or not. I know we did get information that anything in Chapter 20 has to go through Planning Commission as a full public process to get done. And so, Garrett, thanks for sticking around if you wanted to speak to that. Yeah.
Can I introduce this just for
Yes,
like
actually,
1 minute?
sorry to take it.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So if you go to, where's the excitement here? Okay, they've broken it all up. How exciting. All right, so on page 365 of 429, these are our stewardship goals. These are the things that we publish in the comprehensive plan. They're things that we say this is something we are committed to. And Garrett probably is, or Director Spencer is going to say, well, what's the rush? We have to work on the comp plan for 2 more years. And so I would just like to show you a couple of more photographs to say, here's what the rush is. Okay, is that all right? Okay, you guys are very indulgent. Oh, boo God. All right, so this is 2774. This is 2774 Marine Drive. This absolutely, these people applied for a permit, but they didn't need to. Applied for a permit to cut down the trees, but they didn't need to. They just did it to try to, keep on the right side of the neighbors. They cut down, can you see these very large mature trees in the background? Those covered the entire property. There was no permit violation whatsoever. There was no violation of our critical areas regulations. There was no violation of our landscaping standards. This was totally legit. The large trees are there because of the 300-foot shoreline interdiction against cutting any trees. These trees that harbored foraging raptors, hawks, eagles, herons are gone. Not only were they gone, they were chipped, but that of course is not germane. So that's 2774 Marine Drive. That was last year. This year, remember 6th and Marion, all of the emails that we all got about that development there? And they were leaving trees. They had left quite a number of trees, but then they decided against that. I'm quite certain that there has still been no permit violation. This is the vista from the street of the entire 6th and Marion. There is one tree. There's a whole lot of no trees. And it's just, I can go on and show you lots of more photographs of this, but it's just going to be, level, flattened ground. So I think we should be living up to our ideals, of the things that we say that we want to be as a city, that we want to have an urban forest, that we believe in the climate crisis is real, and that trees are a self-sustaining energy system that will keep our city warmer in winter and cooler in summer. And that we should be fostering them, not assuming that they're just going to keep, that they will always be there. So I'm going to stop being impassioned because I've been impassioned for a minute.
The specific proposal is to have you work with legal for you to rewrite chapter 20.14 and 20.50.
Yeah.
What you think would basically help and then bring forth. Okay.
No, I don't want to do what
I
think would do it. I want to look at a number of different regulations around here, or I want council to think about excluding me, which I'm totally okay with, and hiring a consultant to make sure that our performance standards and design standards actually fulfill the intent of our comp plan, our strategic priorities, and our council goals and priorities.
Okay, fair enough. I'll just say the motion brought forth was to approve you working for this, but okay. But yeah, Mr. Jackson, you want to tell us the list that's required on the DCD and the regulations and all the hurdles?
Happy to. So anytime you change Title 20, which the landscaping chapter and the critical area ordinance are located in, anytime you change Title 20, it needs to go through the planning commission workshop, and a public hearing. And in addition to that, we need to go through additional noticing and review with the Department of Commerce and SEPA review. We're in the middle of our 2024 comprehensive plan update. We are following that update process. So this would be in parallel to that. So we're currently working with the Planning Commission, Department of Commerce, and going through the SEPA process. So this would be an additional effort. We're currently working through the comp plan process, and then after that is adopted, we will then transition to the zoning code. So we'd be happy to take these comments at that time and work with the public. With every comprehensive plan update and zoning code update, we do incorporate comments from the Squamish Tribe Department of Commerce and the Department of Fish and Wildlife. We'll be doing that with this update as well, just as we did in 2016, just as when we updated the critical area ordinance in 2021.
Any other comments or questions from council? Anna, do you want to? Okay. Well, I'll just say I really appreciate you putting attention on this. I don't want to discount that at all, and for showing the importance of making sure this does get updated. My main worry, though, is that if, as written, it's specifically, having you go off and basically make recommended changes, and then if there's no staff or anyone else, versus hiring a consultant. Either way, I'm seeing no bandwidth to force this through at the moment, if that makes sense. If DCD doesn't have this staffing and other people will comment and put input on this, that makes sense to me. So I don't really support this at the moment moving forward.
I got that.
Okay, I know, yeah. But for those reasons, right? It's not that I don't think this is important. Other than no value, you're looking at it, but I think we need more public input and we can't do it ad hoc.
I'd just like to ask first, before you go, Eric, what's for example, in the landscaping standards, you refer to the American Association of Nurserymen. I believe that's its name. And that's been defunct for 10 years. So you can't even change that.
I appreciate that being pointed out, and we're really looking forward to updating the code once the comp plan is finished.
Okay, so I guess I'm truly trying to understand this because I used to write land use regulations and they did not have to go through the Department of Commerce and the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And that was just across the water in King County. So I'm trying to I'm honest to gosh, Garrett, even though it's late, my voice is getting creaky. I'm truly trying to understand why here we can't do that.
I don't know why you would be operating under a different procedure that's absent from the Department of Commerce and SEPA being required for land use updates. It's a basic growth management act requirement, so that we follow every time we do a zoning code update. So I can't speak to your experience, but I know how that we update our code.
Well, then if any of you have any comments, I'm going to kind of go with silence agrees with Jeff.
I'll go for it. I'll look for, any other questions, comments, but we need 4 thumbs up for this to move forward. Yeah, Denise.
I sense that this is a deep area to get into. And the main comment I have is that none of us around this table, despite our background and our expertise, are necessarily the expert in a matter at hand. And I also think it gets us really into the weeds when we start doing what I would consider truly staff work with direction. If we're concerned about urban forests and keeping trees, which I am. There's an urban forest in East Bremerton that I was just talking to people about today. Then that needs to come through in our goals and priorities. So I think in the topic and in heart, I support it. It's the means and the timing of getting there that I feel it's just not the right time, perhaps.
Same. If this was personally, if this was a quick update or very targeted that didn't require going through planning commission, I'd have a lot more support for it, and I appreciate it. But no, you summed up my thoughts. Okay, so I'm not seeing, nope, but super appreciated, and it's fantastic to be able to bring and discuss it. So. And then Jennifer, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Hi, Garrett. Oh, I'm gonna Sorry, I got a couple of just a quick questions. So, what I appreciated about what Anna brought forward is that it gives us the opportunity to perhaps reevaluate areas that might be defined that might not be defined as critical areas, but should be. So did I hear you say that there's space for it during the zoning code updating, which is the next phase after the comp plan?
Right, so the comp plan is a good time if you have aspirational goals that are more general, to include those in the comprehensive plan that will guide the city for the next 20 years. And then the nuts and bolts portion of that is the zoning code. And we'll tackle those kind of the aspirational goals will turn into more nuts and bolts, finite regulations with the zoning code after the comp plan's adopted.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that there were some things that are going to come out of this that will help you improve your code, some things that were pointed out. So thank you, Councilmember Mockler, for being so thorough about that.
Okay. I echo. I truly do echo. This is going to help improve in the long run. Okay, we'll wrap up here. Item C5 was update on $10,000 allocation for downtown restrooms. I'll keep this brief. I think as a quick recap, we had the discussion last year. The G2 housing group and other folks brought forward this proposal as $10,000 for I'd say kind of a well, it's not a massive lift, but something that would hopefully improve quality of life for some folks. Give credit, there were a lot of discussions. My understanding is work by staff to figure out where this could go. I know legal took a long look at the potential liabilities, especially if one site possibly identified was a parking stall. And so the mayor and city attorney and myself met to discuss that. And then I reached out and met with Lauren Cameron and the other G2 folks a couple of days ago and kind of talked through it. At the time, it was understandable that this is probably not going to work legally from the city, but that, I really appreciate folks looking into it, the feasibility, and that they were okay with moving on to look at a different way to spend this money and would reach out and set up a meeting, especially with PCHS and Salvation Army, that I'd be happy to attend to brainstorm if there's a way to use this 10,000 to maybe work towards a more permanent solution with one of those providers as an option, snowballing the money. And then tonight I heard from one of the group members right during the middle of the meeting that they maybe wanted to move forward with the public restroom again. So I will keep talking with them and see where they're ultimately landing at as far as their request goes. But I think we've got a lot of time left in the year on how we want to spend this money. So I'll keep talking with them and see if we can get to a resolution on the best way to spend this. And I think that the bottom line is absolutely by the end of the year, we will have found a way to spend this money on a good way that helps the folks that was intended to help. So if there's any questions there, Anna, I heard a
President Coughlin.
Okay.
President Coughlin.
Perfect. Sorry, the phrase, and then I'll go to Jennifer. Did I misspeak something? I'm so sorry. Okay. All right, sorry, Jennifer.
Sure. I'd love to be able to collaborate with you on these discussions. Are you open to inviting me to the next conversation that you're going to have regarding it? I haven't been included with it, but up to this point, so I'd love to be involved if that's okay.
Yes, no, I think that'd be great. We'll work together on it.
All right. Thank you.
Cool. Other general council business? Absolutely, yeah. It's a tough one. It's been a long, good conversation. I appreciate everybody working on it.
Yeah, it's been such a short meeting. I have some additional items I'd like to discuss.
Wait, I'm going to pull up my slides.
All right.
I have one quick thing. Quick. It's going to be so quick.
Go for it.
Okay. The Bremerton walking map. I've received a couple of notifications from folks that they weren't included on it. I sent personally an email to the events. On the walking map that was published, there's an email address that you can send corrections to. So if you do get, anybody who's saying they weren't included in that area, there's an email address to send corrections to. I hope that it's received.
And just, I see some confused looks, Jennifer, so to clarify, I believe this is the map of businesses and cultural institutions in the city that's maintained by the mayor's office.
Yes.
Website.
Yes. So I just wanted to kind of share that there were some people that felt like they were left out of that. I felt like it was important to mention because we have a very robust business community. And I was in a conversation and two people just happened into the conversation that weren't included on it that had businesses. So, okay, that's it. Thank you. Bye.
No, fantastic. That's good. I've heard similar feedback, so excellent. All right, see nothing else. Finish it up here. A reminder that a recording will be available online within a few days following the meeting. For our meeting schedule, no meeting will be held next week on March 29th. We'll enjoy a nice week off for everybody. The next City Council meeting will be held on Wednesday, April 5th, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. in the first floor meeting chambers with a remote option. Thank you everybody for the late night. Meeting is adjourned. On the same day? Wow, nice. Wow. Yeah.